Episode number fucking 50, everybody. And here we are talking about everything and go to W and do your thing there. I'm Mike. That's Josh. That's Jordan. That's Spicy Sleepy Phil. Strong style of Mark, whatever you want to call it. He's there, down there, and
Down where? Scott Hall
down
down where?
there, and we're all together for the first time in a long time. We're fucking here, people.
All right.
And how the hell is everybody tonight?
Oh, I'm finally awake.
Dude, you've been doing your gimmick really fucking hard, by the way.
trying to survive a storm right now because it's thunder and lightning outside right now.
Yeah, I seen Monica posted the tornado picture, bro.
Yeah, well, that happened a little south of me, so it happened like it was pretty far away, but it's pretty close. But right now it's thunder and lightning outside right now, and I didn't get a chance to watch NXT because the news decided to that a tornado was more important. So
Of course, yeah, and get in your basement, basically.
You always restream it NXT.
well, for me, tornadoes what does in my area. Since I'm close to the lake, tornadoes do not come around my area. I mean, we get the weather, we'll get the rain, we'll get the winds and everything, but an actual cyclone will not come around come around the area.
Monica
It'll
would say
go
that's
like
because
maybe a little more south to me.
Monica would say that's because the power of your farts keep them away. Quick teaser. Well, before we get started, for everybody's just tuning in. We're waiting for the chat to fill up. Everybody to get in. Quick teaser for the news tonight. We're gonna cover New Japan Cup. Round 1 is complete. We're gonna cover that. We also have AEW news about including a return and what certain people are up to, as well as big, huge WWE spoiler news. We have the entire plans for Brock Lesnar starting from Monday to Mania, and both of his opponents. We have it. We have it for you tonight. We could give you the full plans for Brock and what's going to happen. Exclusive. The other podcast live right now don't even have it right, but I know the scoop.
Oh, and also, I also got some other good news. According to Sean Ross Sapp of Fightful, Shotzi Blackheart is officially signed with MLW.
Okay.
Oh, we already kind of knew that.
And hello, country. How the hell are you, my brother?
Hey.
By the way, spoiler alert, your pick to win the cup is out.
Yeah. We can go ahead and let you know that, country. Okan did not succeed. He out match 1, round 1. So you're the first guy out. Congratulations.
Well, probably second because I didn't pick anybody, so I'm never really in the.
I'm not exactly sleepy either.
You shouldn't be. You shouldn't be with all the extra catching up on your gimmick you got recently. You should be wide awake.
Shit. I'm gonna change your name. It is no longer Spicy Phil.
Sleepy Phil.
It is now Mr. I go to bed and never wake up again.
And you need to put down there the smark of 3 Z's style.
For real.
Well, what you mean, country? No need to watch. Yep. Well,
no need to watch, man. No need to watch the cup no more.
Actually, you can ask Mike. We have watched every night live together, and the cup has been the best pro wrestling, the best in-ring storytelling, absolutely exquisite from night 1 to this. We're not even going to cover this morning because it was beginning of round 2, and Phil didn't get to see anything yet, so we're going to stay away from there. But we will. We have the brackets updated, all that good shit. It has been exquisite. Mike?
The only thing I'm going to say about last night, because I can spoil it a little bit. We can't spoil the cup, but we can spoil a little bit. The Knockout Bros are back together, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, that was one hell of a kind of squash to it who they were put against. But
Oh, dude.
if you want to talk about them for a second, predicting their future, I don't think those titles are coming off of them anytime soon.
The way you were talking, man, Hanari and Okan coming together and taking them titles is the only way you see them coming off.
I don't think it's happening before. I don't think it's happening before the world tag tournament at the end of the year neither.
I have another prediction. The Mega Powers of Japan are going to take them. And
Well,
you already know who my Mega Powers are. Yuya and Shota.
Well, last year I thought they would win the tag team tournament. They did not. I thought they were going to go on to and challenge them in the dome. It did not happen. They did not win.
Because they're two big single competitors. You have Macho Man and Hulk Hogan, the future Hulk Hogan and the future Macho Man.
Pretty much.
Two guys.
Pretty much.
Yuya to me reminds me of Macho Man. Shota's more like a Hulk Hogan.
Yeah. Hey, country, you got stick around. I've got all the news you need on Brock from Monday all the way to Mania, including his opponent or opponents. I have everything. The whole battle plans, everything. And some people are not going to be thrilled about it. I'll spoil it right now. I'll give a spoiler right now. Obafemi and Gunther neither one of them are going to be Brock's opponent.
Well, I knew that.
That is a damn shame.
And there's a rumor that a certain other podcast is carrying on about right now. They don't know if they believe it. I don't know if I believe it, but there's a rumor. I'll say this. We could start off with this. And if y'all want to discuss it, we can. There's a rumor, grain of salt, everybody, grain of salt, rumor that Brock didn't want to lose to Obafemi. Rumor.
Yeah, I could see that. I could see him being a bitch about that.
He was always a bitch. He didn't want to lose to Nakamura back in New Japan.
Well, I mean, when you pay somebody X amount of dollars like Brock, and we'll call it Brock money. We will call it Brock money. When you make that kind of money, I would kind of shut up and do my job and say the sooner I get to go home, the better. But here's my I was watching a podcast earlier, and they were trying to say, why wouldn't he put Femi? Why not the future? I don't know why I didn't think of this. Here's my reason. Matt Riddle. Now, Matt Riddle wanted that match, of course. Brock was like, hell no. Let's look at today where Matt Riddle is and how that would have. Well, how would this have benefited WWE today if Matt Riddle fought Brock and won? Not at all. Not at all. Why? Because Matt Riddle is not a main event wrestler. He's not on an A show anymore. Matt Riddle has nothing to do with WWE, and that would be a throwaway win. Brock's still in the company, so it looks like Brock made the right call there.
What up, Tyler?
Good to see you, Tyler. Got big news to spoil. If you're into WWE, I don't know if you are or you aren't, but the entire Brock Lesnar plans from Monday all the way to Mania and his opponents will be spoiled shortly. I have the deets.
Yeah, I'm a little sleepy today, so.
Uh-oh.
You're copyrighting my gimmick now, I see.
Yeah,
you're infringing on Phil's gimmick.
Yeah, just like I said, I just had a bad day today. I just had a bad day, so it's like everything's just hitting me.
I'm not gonna sue. Then I won't sue. Then I'm good.
Danhausen will curse you though. I think he cursed Josh.
He cursed
real quick.
He cursed the original El Grande Americano.
Yeah. Would y'all like to talk about the brilliance? I will give WWE a smidge of credit. How about the brilliance of Danhausen's most recent appearance? And he runs away and they turn the lights back on so you can see him running away for everybody to know the gimmick's cheese. I thought that was pretty good.
It would be funny if Danhausen cursed Brock Lesnar.
We will get into a little bit of that, but we'll get into a little bit of that. We will get into a little bit of that.
Like, hey, you want about my t-shirts?
I like Wendy Chu. She's awesome.
Wendy Chu's awesome.
I don't know if I got to send you guys the picture. Danhausen is demanding. I know we're starting off with Danhausen. We have big news, so everybody stick around. Danhausen is now demanding, and someone either AI or Photoshop. He wants his face on the sphere for WrestleMania. Well, I think it's brilliant.
Yeah.
He wants a blimp, too. He wants a blimp house.
I think she dropped the pajama sleepy gimmick, though. She's kind of going. She's back in her regular wrestling gear again, from what I've heard.
But I am really happy with Danhausen and being the number one seller.
Merch
And
sale. Yep, he's over. He's over as we're over, and all four of us are happy about it because we know
And he
what
ain't
he
even
is.
wrestled yet.
Yeah, we know what he
you don't need
is.
to.
We like what he is, and he's funny. And you know what? If any company needs it, WWE needs genuine humor, not lame humor. So there you go. Country probably doesn't appreciate it too much, but I like Danhausen.
Well, he was Brock versus Danhausen.
Huh?
Brock versus Danhausen.
If you wait a little while, I'll talk a little bit about that. But anyway, would y'all like to hear about some AEW news that might excite y'all real quick?
Yes.
The
Yeah,
imminent return of a group favorite in this chat, Samoa Joe, return imminent, healthy and ready to go.
that's good.
Yes, so I figured y'all would enjoy that. Now, the news that doesn't make me very thrilled, and I'm sure Phil is going to take note of this, but everybody might want to know where Shibata has been for a week or whatnot. Shibata, believe it or not, is in Japan recruiting for AEW. I don't know where. He's probably staying away from New Japan, but who knows where and what he's recruiting. I hope not, but I don't like it.
From what I understand, Shibata has been at Noah. He's been spotted at Noah
I believe
and
that.
Dragon Gate.
I wonder how well that's going to go. I don't know how partner up Noah is with WWE right now, but I wonder how that's going to go with an
It's like
AEW guy.
it's not. Yeah, it's not like AEW needs more people. I mean, hell, they got so many people that there's not even on TV. I mean, hell, you still got Edge and Christian that still hasn't made an appearance in a while. Jericho hasn't made an appearance in a while.
Well, Jericho probably will not. I don't think it's going to happen because Tony Khan's got his. You might have been sick, Josh. Tony Khan froze. Jericho would be on WWE television right now going to Mania. Tony Khan froze his shit like a dick. So he to stop him from going.
I don't know if he was being a dick or he was protecting his investment.
What investment? You're not going to have Jericho. He
AEW.
wants to leave.
AEW. Think about it. If you let Jericho go there during the biggest season of the other of your competitor, and they have this big elaborate thing.
Yeah, but okay, I agree with you, Mike. But here's the problem: what happens next year? It all happens all over again. You know what? If Jericho don't go this year in 26, he's going to go at the end of 26 or the beginning of 27. So, are you going to rip the Band-Aid off, or are we going to go slow, Tony Khan? What are we going to do, Tony? What are we going to do,
think about
Tony?
it like this. Think about it like this.
Just let him go already.
You see, y'all are saying this, but look at the Mania card build up this year. Are you excited about it?
No, I don't think anyone is.
Are you excited about it, Josh?
The only one I'm looking forward to is this Punk and Roman. That's probably the only match that's exciting. The only story, the only storyline that's exciting me right now.
Okay, my point exactly. This is the worst WrestleMania in the history of WrestleMania.
And I'm not an avid watcher, but I will say I am intrigued, and I might tune in after it's to catch Cody and Orton because of the history. The history of that intrigues me.
How they got there, shitty.
Yeah, of course. Well, look,
you didn't need it for a title. You don't need it for a fucking title.
You don't. But in the same breath, you threw me off a minute. I was gonna make a comparison there, but oh, okay. Cena's heel turn, great. The after effects the night after the heel turn sucked. I mean, yeah, that's on creative and storytelling for bombing and being lazy because they're raking in the millions.
So, and we were talking about last week how Road Dogg quit WWE.
Yes, he wasn't fired; he quit.
There is more news coming out about backstage politics in WWE that people are unhappy with their position because they have too much stress on their shoulders to do creative and continuously make stories. Because SmackDown is lacking stories, they're rushing stories, hence Judgment Day, they're rushing it to get a match at WrestleMania. Hint, that should have waited till SummerSlam because that was the actual intended program to happen at SummerSlam. Now you have fucked everything because you had shit to go for WrestleMania. You're pushing shit, and now people in creative are either going to lose their job because they're going to quit or be fired.
And I can tell you the problem behind it. I can tell you why. and this is on creative again, and whoever's at the top. You can't put all your eggs in one basket. You need backup plans for this talent if they get hurt. Not your two major, your undercard, your still because the whole blame, and I'm going to get into more of the Brock news. The whole blame is about one man's injured and is holding up certain matches. You can't bank your company on one man. You can't. You have to have backup plans. You have to be ahead of the curve. You can't pull Vince McMahon. Vince, tear up the papers. All right, damn it. 30 minutes for the show. We're gonna do this. And that's why you get ass. You can't do that. That's why the writers are getting creative. I mean, the creative writers are getting pissed. It's like, no, don't do this. Okay, we need this right now. Go. Well, bro, I could have done this days. Now you want me to do so what the fuck? What do you want me to do with this? You know? Like, I want you to cook me a 3-hour meal, but I'm telling you 20 minutes before I need it to be ready. You could have done it, but I didn't want you to do it yet because we weren't. But now you got the green light. That'll piss anybody off.
That's going to be a banger match. HOG Vegas in Vegas, Benito versus Amazing Red. That's going to be a banger match.
There's another match on that HOG card as well with two established names. I forget who it is though. There's another top match to go with that.
Yeah, and right now there is an indie company that's using a lot of Japanese talent at the Collective, and one of the matches I looked at was Joey Janela versus Hayabusa.
The new Hayabusa.
Mm-hmm.
Bandito versus Amazing Red. That's going to be a good match. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it ain't
See, I'm seeing stuff come out on my screen before or later, so I'm on a little delay here. So.
Oh, you're good, brother. You're good.
Yeah, because I can't read anything on the screen on my screen here, but I can see it on my TV.
I got you.
There you go. Tyler just said it. Fatu and Brody King. That's another House of Glory match.
Yeah, it wasn't Joey Janela
wrestling.
versus Hayabusa. It was Atticus Koger versus Hayabusa for the GCW World Title.
I didn't know there's a cat behind me.
Yeah,
I think that's gonna be fucking crazy.
Yeah, be good. I got a picture to show y'all after the stream. Y'all gonna laugh your asses off because of what it is. But yes, country, we know you love the Boss Man and Big Show storyline is ridiculous. We know you love that shit. We know.
Yeah.
Hey, Big Show riding the casket was awesome.
I will say this, country.
Said your mom said, Big Show, you're a bastard, and your mom said so.
The Japanese Coming to America show, the Japanese Bolton Oleg versus Tomohiro Ishii, that would have been your show. That would have been your match of the night. Hands down. Am I lying, Jordan?
To who?
To the country.
If he likes like big dudes hitting the and suplex and power and not being lazy like Brock, but going at it, yeah, it was bad. And another match, which is going to be, well, I don't want to spoil it, but the one we were talking about this morning coming up, Mike.
Good God. Well, we can talk about that match because it hasn't happened yet.
Well, yeah, but the lead up to it might fuck with. Well, yeah, we can because it didn't touch Block A. It was Block B. Yeah, coming up, that Henare versus Bolton Oleg match is going to be. I mean, you know, Phil. You know,
That's going to be meat versus meat.
It's going to be more than meat. That's going to be just two. That's going to be like two skyscrapers going at it that can suplex each other.
Speaking of,
Justin would probably get off on that.
Actually, speaking of a good match, I actually the match on Raw last night with Olafemi and Rusev was fucking great.
Good.
Just two big beefy men just beating the crap out of each other.
And it didn't go long either because they're trying to showcase one guy and the other guy's been eating pins since he's been back.
Yeah, so much for him not want to take orders from Tony Khan. Now you are the eater of pins in WWE, Rusev.
Yeah.
What's up, Ant?
Hey, Anthony, we was waiting for the rest of y'all to get in the chat. We got big breaking news concerning Brock's Mania plans coming up.
Lesnar.
Yep. I forgot where I wanted to go. I got thrown off, but there was something else I wanted to add to that. Oh, Josh, you should go watch that Bolton Oleg match. If you thought that Rusev and Obafemi match was something, go watch that.
Which match?
I don't know. He might be able to. I can't do it on my computer, man. It's still goofy, man. It should.
I could possibly do it.
Okay.
All right, we could do. Hey, we could drop you the link after we go over the news. All right, Anthony. Let us finish the news, and we'll drop you the link.
My computer won't let me, bro.
Yeah, Mike had to actually. We were gonna go live, and Mike's computer had to completely reboot. We had to wait. So we'll drop you the link out. Let's finish up the news. So we did AEW. There was something else I forgot. That was I don't know if it was India or what it was. But look, y'all ready for the Brock shit? Y'all ready to do it?
Drop it, man.
Yes.
You've been teasing this
All right.
fucking 30 minutes already.
Yeah, I'm teasing it, damn it. And well, before I do it, everybody in the chat, I need you to break out the Dusty. I want bionic elbows all over that like button. Smash that like button. If you haven't subscribed, do it. But smash that like button. Let's pretend if Dusty in his prime, he can take Brock. He can take Brock. Anyway, here we go. Brock is going to be on every Raw starting Monday all the way to Mania. The plans are Brock is going to start doing open challenges. And this is where, before I get to the end of the story, I think Danhausen is going to eat a quick one. You are. And before he gets cursed, I'm just predicting this. He gets F5 before he can say curse. But I'm thinking that might happen because Danhausen has never met the Brock. But anyway, it's going to be open challenges until we get to the final guy. Now, the holdup for the Mania plans. Here's why. I don't think it takes a rocket scientist. Who's the guy that's out? Braun Breaker. Okay? The plan is if Braun can heal up and get to Mania, he is going to get Rollins and Lesnar is going to get, I know no one's going to like this, Mr. Yeah. Yeah, that's actually, yes, I'm not kidding. If Braun Breaker returns, if he does not return and is not cleared, you are getting Seth Rollins versus Lesnar, and LA Knight has to sit the fuck down. But that is the story. Until they're ready to go, it's either going to be one of those two coming out for that open challenge, and that's going to be your Mania match. But dude, that's how this is going to go.
They've been teasing Rollins versus Logan Paul.
That is the plan. Is if Breaker is ready to go, they're gonna put all on the side. Breaker's more important than Logan Paul. Breaker's higher on the list. Braun Breaker's ready to go. He goes against your boy, and Lesnar has to take the B plan of LA Knight. If he's not ready, Rollins is going to end up in, I don't know how they're going to set it up, but Rollins and Brock.
It's bullshit. I agree. It's bullshit.
I'm sorry to tell you that, but that's the plan.
I don't think we really have any plans for Brock.
No.
Just like it was said that this is the rumor part of that Brock didn't want to work with Obafemi. Sounds like Obafemi and Gunther are completely off the table, and Brock is gonna. The reason he's on every Raw is this is his retirement tour. The plan is for Brock to take no losses until SummerSlam versus Gunther. That is the plan. I didn't say everybody's gonna like it. The plan is that Brock is gonna stay undefeated until his retirement. He will lose no more matches. That is the other plan. But this is the creative for Brock Lesnar in WWE.
So SummerSlam? Jeez.
Yeah, that is the plan. And that it will be Gunther retiring him, but he will not lose anything. Not even Mania until he gets there. And it doesn't matter either opponent, Rollins or LA Knight, that Brock's still going. We know he's going to kill LA Knight. And Rollins is going to take the L. So no matter who it is, Brock is staying strong until his retirement, and it looks like Gunther, that legend killer name they pit. Anthony, it's a rumor. That's why I said take it with a grain of salt. But the rumor is it's not. This isn't what I said is in stone unless they change it. The rumor is that Brock didn't want to work with Obafemi because he don't want to put him over. Now, why? We talked about that before you got on. Same thing with Matt Riddle. With Matt Riddle. If he would have put Riddle over, nothing would have happened because Riddle's not in there. Obafemi is not proven. I would not put Obafemi over. Everybody wants to rush the new guy. Obafemi hasn't been there for a cup of coffee yet. His coffee hasn't even got cold yet. Obafemi needs a couple of years on that roster before you start moving him up like that. Or a U.S. title run or Intercontinental title run. You don't let him walk in and beat Brock.
Yeah, but if Brock's retiring this year, then what's the point of not passing that torch?
That is, the
There's,
torch will be passed to the guy under Brock's generation, Gunther. You don't skip 2 generations and go to Obafemi. Obafemi can beat
Obafemi. I think Obafemi's older than Gunther.
Obafemi can beat Gunther in 2 or 3 years. You do it in order. You don't jump. You don't let AJ Styles beat Hulk Hogan. You let Goldberg beat Hulk Hogan. You don't skip. You don't do that. So and Obafemi is 2 away from Brock. That's what I'm talking about. So it just doesn't make Obafemi's not proven. Obafemi could get hurt, injured, crippled, be gone in 6 months to a year. We don't know. He could turn out to be a dickbag. He could be a drama queen. We don't know. Obafemi hasn't been in the company long enough. You can't put that kind of trust and backing into a cold, brand new Obafemi as good as he looks. This ain't NXT. This is main roster. You can't do it.
All right, I agree with what you're saying, and yes, Tyler, we do talk about the AEW digital streaming, which is only for the other parts of the world. But this is what I'm saying about the whole thing as a nutshell for WrestleMania. It's a clusterfuck. They don't know what they're doing. They have no clue.
No,
They really don't. It's a dud. Hell, you had last night, you had 27 damn mass wrestlers show up in the middle of the ring doing stupid shit, running back and forth. And then one guy stands there and takes off a mask, and it's Seth Rollins. Dumbest fucking shit I've seen on television since the debut of Shock Trooper.
Shock Trooper?
Or Stormtrooper, whatever you want to call him.
The Shockmaster?
Shockmaster.
Shockmaster. Yeah, that guy.
I would go Gobbledygooker was worse, but anyway.
No. Shockmaster fucked up, dude. I was like...
Hey, I at least got to laugh and have a good time. Everybody was booing the chicken, dude. And Mean Gene square dancing. No one was happy with that. Shockmaster, we look back and laugh at. We don't go back and laugh at.
Shockmaster's hilarious.
Yeah, but it's just... Dude, okay.
Shockmaster!
But it was fucking terrible.
But it was terrible, but it was funny cheesy.
Bedazzled Stormtrooper helmet.
But
yeah, it was more funny. I mean, you can go back and see which one you laugh at. You're not gonna laugh at the chicken. You're just gonna go, God, this was horrible.
Gobbledygooker makes me want to fucking punch myself.
I want to punch my television after we said Gobbledygooker. But for him,
Gobbledygook.
But Josh, you watched it just like I did last night. Was that or was that not the dumbest shit you've seen in a long time?
Yeah, it was like a bunch of masked men just storm the ring, and all of a sudden it's like just to bring Seth Rollins out. Then
Seth's playing mind games.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's like I can understand them doing that, but it's only 2 guys from the Vision. It's not like they have the whole roster there. It's only 2 guys,
and they're not even worth mentioning. They're really not worth mentioning. You got a former YouTube guy. And you got this guy who thinks the Indies called him the greatest thing since sliced bread. The second coming of Hogan.
Ooh, Austin Theory?
Yeah. Dude, he was so much praised whenever Vince was there. He had such high hopes.
Oh, yeah. Vince wanted him to be the next Cena.
Well, he's supposed to be the new Vince's new guy.
Yeah, Triple H took that and went. Triple H took that cup and did this.
And once Vince got in trouble, he just kind of faded away.
Yeah, Triple H knows that the dude's not got all that. I mean, before Obafemi becomes a champion and all that, Logan Paul and Dominic and all those guys got to move up. There's a long time until you don't just crush what you have built and move a guy. You don't do that. You don't pull a Goldberg's one of a kind, and Goldberg did not get that title for about a year and a half, or at least a year. So you don't take
built perfect.
You don't take Obafemi, put him on the main roster for 3 months, 4 months, if that, and put him in. You don't do that. You just don't do that. That's not smart. That's not intelligent booking for a company that makes millions of dollars. If you're an indie, you can do that garbage.
Yes, Tyler, you can use your MyVPN to get the MyAEW streaming, because that is the only way you can get it in the United States and Canada. Everywhere else, you can get it. And it's like Jordan thinks it's because Tony Khan sees the writing on the wall in the near future and he has to go to a streaming service. But rumor has it that he's been talking to several people or several companies like Amazon and
That's more salt. Everybody, don't forget the rumor. But the rumor is that he's already had conversations with which, let's be honest, he moves down to Amazon. That is not as good as where they are, and that's what everybody's saying.
I believe it is, man, because look at what it did for the NFL. And you can say whatever you want. Thursday night NFL games are fucking shit.
Yeah, but people are gonna travel across platforms to find their football that are
Yeah, but
wrestling nuts are more about where's the money, what does this cost me, what do I have to go, what do I have to bounce around. There's one NFL. We've got
actually, Thursday night NFL is actually a pain in the ass because you can only watch that on the NFL Network
or
and
Amazon.
or Amazon. That's it. The only way you can watch a Thursday night, like for me, is like I'm not paying more subscriptions to watch a football game. The only time I'd be able to watch a Thursday night game unless it's in Chicago and they actually got to broadcast it in the city because they, you know.
Yeah, but here's the problem comparing the two. The NFL is one football league. WWE has its fans that only watch WWE, but that's not the whole wrestling world, especially with AEW in the US. You're not getting everybody if you buy if you buy the NFL package, you get all the NFL, every team. You don't get every wrestler. If you get one cup, you have to have, if you like both companies, you have to have both options. You don't, and then there's more wrestling in the world. That's the difference.
Dude, and that's why I love Triller, man, because you have HOG on there, you have Wrestling Revolver on there, GCW, a lot of the indies, the collective. I mean, that to me is the bread and butter of wrestling. Besides the number what we have here in America already, besides AEW and WWE. And I'm not saying AEW is better than WWE. Don't get me wrong. I'm just using
Bread
They are the two big U.S. companies. They are.
Yes, they are.
Now,
And if and when Paramount decides to say fuck AEW, if they do that, AEW has backups. They have all kinds of platforms they can go to. Everybody's like, well, Amazon's going to suck on it because are they going to add another tier to the Amazon price because of pay-per-views and this, that, and the other? No, because you already still have the Amazon. You're still going to have to pay the $50. And on top of that, hell, Amazon might give you a $10 discount, just like HBO gave you a $10 discount. So you pay $40. So it's still a win-win that way because you don't really have to go nowhere to look at it because almost everyone has fucking some sort of Amazon package. I don't care who you are in America. You know what Amazon is and you have it. And if it's already on your platform and you don't really have to scroll for it, boom, it's trending right there on number one or number two.
I don't see the streaming hurting AEW. The thing AEW needs to be afraid of is if they lose network television on Turner. They are not going away unless that is the one thing that could harm them. And yes, we got people that watch. I don't watch that. I don't own it. I'll buy streaming. I get that. But
and they lose 2 belts with that too.
The problem is if they lose Turner, they're gonna have to take way less money and pull a TNA and go down to a way less network, and that will hurt them. I think in 2 years they won't be the number 2. If that happens in a year with the Paramount deal, if they lose major network television, that is going to hurt AEW more than anybody knows because that's going to drop. Their whole value is in the television and the ad revenue. That is how Tony Khan made it. Not live events, not live gates, not streaming. That's not paying the bill. Everything, those $1 million an hour commercials like WWE does every hour. I know AEW is making way less. The money's coming from the Turner networks. And if they don't get a deal if Paramount doesn't keep them on those channels, they're in big trouble. That's when you worry. But like we said last night, that's a year away from now. That deal's unless that deal's rushed, that is a minimum of 6 months and way closer to 12 months. You're looking at a year until that's all finalized. So, but don't worry about AEW until they TV's in trouble.
I wouldn't worry about that because look at Netflix. Netflix and WWE, I don't care what fucking package you have on Netflix, ads or no ads. When you watch WWE, what do you get, Josh?
Ads.
Yeah.
Ads, commercials. It's like pausing the action, like right in right in the middle of the match, and all of a sudden they want to do a commercial, and ad and everything is like it just disrupts the flow
Oh,
of the
it sucks
show.
ass.
That
But
yeah,
it's
it's
it
like
sucks ass.
dude, it's like take a note, do picture to picture. I mean, have your ad and everything, but show the wrestling on the side,
And
like they do on network television.
and it's half as expensive. You have to pay for it, but it's half as expensive just to run the picture in picture than to not than to run and skip the commercial. It's not like Tony Khan couldn't fork out a little money to do that.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know that, but
I think they can survive.
yeah, I mean, dude, if they went to Amazon, they don't need a Turner Broadcasting Network
I
because
wonder can WWE survive
Boom.
without having cable partnerships.
yeah,
WWE does it. WWE for the first time in history is like we don't even need Raw to be on television. That's how much
WWE
bank.
is like one of those insects that can survive a nuclear fucking bomb.
WWE is WWE is McDonald's. That's what you're not gonna WWE that Friday night brings in $1 million an hour from ad revenue.
Yeah.
Just when you're not watching. That's why they went back to 3 hours. The Monday night, they are so high in money that Raw does not even have to be on TV anymore. It's on a streaming service, and Netflix plays out the ass for that, which Tony Khan is never going to get that kind of money for AEW. Never close. Never.
Yeah,
I don't care who you go.
AEW
yeah,
is
but
more like
the Netflix.
of. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
One guy.
the Netflix show. The only thing bad about it is that it's just them commercial breaks that
That's
they
how
do
they
right in
make
the
them.
middle of the matches. Is like it's like dude, just go picture to picture, put it
Unless
side
you
by
are on,
side.
unless you're watching a pay per view, the only way you're getting uninterrupted action is New Japan Pro Wrestling. That's
But
the only way.
and I'm going to say this: last night, okay, they were in this new arena, and I think we put it out to Jordan too. There were several areas on the floor that could have been covered in seats, but there was people in the stands because they didn't want to pay for that type of seat on the floor.
Right.
So I understand that, but if that was here in America, TNA, AEW, even WWE, paper the fucking building.
Yeah, but
Because
New Japan's not going to do that. New Japan won't do that.
No, they don't have to, Jordan. They don't have to because if you think about it, New Japan is the WWE of Japan.
It is.
Okay,
It is.
they can get away with whatever the fuck they want to because they are the WWE of Japan. Now, but if you look at their creative, we were talking about it last night. We don't have a fucking clue how this cup is going to go, but it's. I have a lot of the young guys going over a lot of the older guys. You have it mixed.
I do, but we'll talk. We'll talk more about that after we.
Yeah, but here's what I'm trying to say: that type of environment is successful in Japan, but when they bring that to America,
but you saw what they did. You would look at the American show we just saw. What did they do? They blacked out the higher levels where there was no one there.
Yes, but the thing is, because they don't paper, they don't have to, because they already got their money before they even came to the show, because they got the ad revenue because of the pay-per-view stream, and number two, they got the ticket sales at the gate. Because
that's the main money. The ticket sales at the gate for New Japan US shows, the streaming and the ticket, the gate. That's the only. There is no ad revenue. There isn't any.
There's a merch stand, and when I went back and looked at, they didn't sell out of all their merchandise, but the wrestlers that had merchandise were gone. There was no bolt, no leg shit. There was no fucking Tomorrow Ishii shit.
That's my biggest complaint with. I love New Japan, in-ring, all of that. And I've said this already on here. They need a marketing guy in the T-shirt and merchandise department. They are lacking. They do not have desirable, short of Wolf's new shirt and two people's towels. And I understand. I know that over there it's more smiley. And if y'all remember back to the 90s, I don't know, I'm gonna tell a quick video game reference. When Crash Bandicoot came out, Japan made him, and they had their commercial, and he had the big goofy eyes and a big smile. And they were like, America was like, that's not going to fly over here. So they gave him the grin and took away the smile, and everybody went, perfect. Make that. That's the American crash, and he became like Mario for the system. All they had to do is New Japan needs a guy in the merch to give us some attitude merch because there's not enough. The faces don't have good merch. They don't. You don't want to wear that. That's my big complaint with the company.
Okay, I understand that, but I will
Well,
say
New Japan used to make a lot of money when it was for merch when they had Bullet Club. Bullet
Yeah,
Club
yeah.
was their highest selling merch T-shirts.
But a lot of that we have to be honest. A lot of that gets tribute to the Bucks who saw the money train, promoted it on their behind being the elite, and the Bucks really pushed that worldwide. They took the
Yeah,
floodgates and went vroom. They're responsible for making Bullet Club, and they're not even first generation. They saw that money train. They're like, we're gonna push this, and then all of a sudden, oh, AJ was there. Oh, Devitt was. Everybody's like, oh shit, let's buy.
Nakamura.
Yeah, it was
But
profitable.
what here I'm saying though is they have a guy, they have two guys right now, but they have towels. They have a TMDK towel. You have a Shingo towel. You have
Everybody has a towel.
everybody has a freaking towel. They're $80 a piece, American money. They're expensive as shit.
I wanted the Suzuki gun years ago. Phil knows it, and I backed out because of the price. I'd have hung it on the wall.
But the thing
The big
is,
one.
over there, the fans throw the towels to the wrestlers so they can dab their sweat. And what they do is they take it home and put it on the wall
Yeah,
because that's their memorabilia.
It's a throwback from Elvis sweating it with his handkerchief, but Tanahashi did it being the rock star. Now you have younger guys doing like Tanahashi. Not everybody does that with the towel, but they're copying Tanahashi. When the fans hand the towel, they know what they want them to do with it. They're gonna wipe this and hand it back, and the girls all go nuts. Another important statistic is New Japan. It's been a couple years, but this was where it stood. New Japan's women to men ratio was 60% women, 40% men, and Stardom was the opposite 60% the women's company, 60% men, 40% women.
But
Just,
a
just a
lot of,
statistic.
a lot of men,
well, Japanese men are
women's
pervs.
wrestling over there.
Say it,
Well,
Phil.
yeah, I mean,
What I was trying to say was a lot of men prefer the women's wrestling over the men's wrestling.
It's good. I'm not gonna lie. Stardom is badass. You know
Well,
that.
but at the
You're a
same
member.
time, the Japanese culture, Japanese men are a bunch of pervs. So
The views and opinions. Say it. Say it, Phil.
The views and opinions of Josh do not reflect the views and opinions of the
Hey.
Ringside Ring.
hey, it's fucking
I-
true. You can
no,
buy dirty underwear
honestly,
and
no.
everything.
You go and look at Japan at like some of these guys, some of these grown men be following teenage
Yes, they do.
superstars, and it's like it's the creepiest shit
But that
ever.
is
And
hentai.
it's
That's
like- it's-
hentai and all of that shit. That's their culture. Just like you can't. And another little fun fact. If you watch certain Japanese like porn type stuff, they blur down there because they have hair. But if you don't have hair, it's okay, which is a very creepy because who has adolescents don't have hair. So they're like, no hair is okay. Hair is like, oh, we can't. We have to blur that out. So that's creepy, but that's actually a thing over there.
They also brought out the cock too.
Some porn, everything's. What you're looking at old school, like when we try to watch pay-per-views or whatnot, and you didn't buy it. We're looking at the blur
Weird.
shit.
It's fucking
hitting that AV button on a converter.
dude. We all did it.
But that's what I was saying though. Like the men, the women prefer the men over watching men's wrestling.
Yeah, let me answer a couple questions real quick. And I think Anthony had asked about Obafemi, about giving him either US or IC title in a run like Goldberg. Yes, yeah. And this is what they should have done with Roman Reigns before Vince tried to push him as a face. They should have ran Roman Reigns as a heel and let him take the US title like Rusev did. They should have gave him that year and a half run over. Then when you would turn him and put him in the main event, Reigns would have been over. Very dumb of Vince. Very dumb.
Let's back up for a minute because there's a lot of comments here.
Yeah, go through the comments. Let's cover it.
I am. Tyler said that the mask thing with Seth Rollins reminds him of Retribution 2.0 again, which is stupid.
That was mentioned.
Yeah,
That's a
and then
comparison.
War Hero 99 said Oba needs to get the title next year. Maybe.
Maybe
I'm not.
Yeah.
a
Maybe.
year is better than right now, right away.
Right. And then Anthony Jordan, can you do the undefeated streak with that WCW did with Goldberg for Obi
You
for
could.
the IC title?
Yeah, I would most definitely either that or the U.S. and give him a good run. Let him run through everybody till you build up another star, and then you can decide with Obafemi's acting, with his talking. Is this guy a better face? Is he a better heel? What character? We the WWE created. What character do we want to make Obafemi? That's perfect. That gives everybody breathing room and builds him up for when you're gonna put him in that world title. That's perfect.
All right.
Perfect.
Do you agree with that, Josh?
What that they need to
That they can do
push
the undefeated
Obafemi to
streak,
get to get IC titles.
or no, the undefeated streak thing.
Yeah, I mean he honestly he's got the build and the booking for it. Is
Got the
the push him at honestly he's honestly the new future big guy.
yeah.
Yeah, but I
So
agree with you 100%.
yeah,
Just not right now while you have the career killer Gunther, and you still have you have two generations before Obafemi active, and Brock's getting ready to go baba.
Well, think about it like this too, though, man. Do you remember back in the day when you had Batista, you had Brock Lesnar? These two dudes are huge monster men, right? And then you had Kurt Angle versus Brock Lesnar at WrestleMania, and Brock Lesnar almost brained himself by doing a freaking Phoenix Splash in the middle of the ring.
Yeah, it's hard to watch.
he fucked that shit up.
His
Dude,
neck.
I go back and watch and laugh. I know I shouldn't. I know I shouldn't laugh, but the match was great until that moment.
Oh, but look at who you had in the ring. You got
Yeah.
Kurt, and you had Brock before his lazy era. Yeah, it was a great match.
At the same time, I think if you're gonna retire one big guy and to push a new big guy, Oba would be it. Honestly, Gunther does not need any more pushes. He's established as is.
I hate to tell you this, Josh. I don't want to cut you off. They trademark led career killer for a reason, and he's two. He needs number 3. Brock's going to be number 3.
Yeah, I know it still sucks.
But Triple H
I got a feeling that like once Gunther, I guarantee once if they're gonna do a Gunther versus Lesnar, and the minute that that Brock gets one of them chops, it's gonna piss him off, and he's gonna go off script.
For Brock's final match, I think he'll take it, bro. I don't think he'll go that nuts, dude. I don't.
Well,
Dude,
he did a no sell for Dragunov.
But
Dragunov was on a big push too.
He got heat for that. But Dragunov, even with the push at the time, is not established world heavyweight champion Gunther or John C. Or he's not the top. Y'all got to look at that, man. Brock's being reasonable.
Gunther to me, I'm going to say this: Gunther to me in that ring doesn't impress me. Besides his chop, that's it.
Philip, the thoughts on that?
On
Gunther does not impress Mike.
No, besides the chop, that's it. His finisher move, give two shits.
Watch his indie stuff.
Okay, no, fuck that. Watch his WWE shit.
So you're saying he's been toned down?
No,
like,
dude,
like all WWE talent happens to.
Dude, the water is so water. You got Gunther's face, and then the rest of it's water with a chop. Am I wrong, Josh? Am I wrong? Gunther is very, very, very unimpressive in that fucking ring. He is a generic young lion tight wearing some bitch without the fucking energy or the capacity to fucking go.
Yeah. Like I said, if Gunther versus Lesnar, it's like I don't want to see it. It's like honestly, to me,
I want to see him.
if they want to pass the torch, it's going to have to be the Oba.
It's not yet. It's not. I'm
Dude,
sorry.
I know,
listen.
I know it's not. It's not, but that's
It's the way it should be. Because
it's
look
the
at it
way
like
it
this.
should be. Because he honestly, he's going to be the future of that company. And
And
it's like, and it's like everybody else too.
I want
Everybody puts down Logan Paul, but you know what? He's one of the guys that's going to be the future of this company.
I still
Same thing with Dominic.
I still
You know,
stand by my statement. I stand by. We're going to see Dominic and face Dominic against a heel Logan Paul at Mania in the main event in the next couple years for one of those titles. I still believe it's going to happen. I do.
And it can happen. And I'm going to tell you this. It's going to suck nutsacks.
Logan won't.
I don't think so. No.
Nobody's going to pay for that shit.
Dude, when Dom, even I don't think Dom's the greatest wrestler in the world. No, okay. When Dom is going to be pure face, dude, the crowd is going to be so behind that motherfucker. It's going to be insane. Like how Mexico is to him. When he is over, dude, it's going to be so insane. And I don't think he's a great wrestler at all. Just before I'm gonna let y'all, Josh and Mike want to say some stuff. I mean, Josh and Phil, but I do not dislike Obafemi, everybody. I like Obafemi. I think he has a lot of promise. I look forward to his future. I think he is going to be I look at it as not a top guy. I look at each company should have 4 top guys in that world title. That's just me. I think Obafemi eventually should be one of those top guys. I do.
I'm going to put you on pause for a second. Now, hear me out. Hear me. Just listen. You say 4 guys, so you need 8 guys in WWE because you got 2 different world titles, right? You have 2 different world titles. You got SmackDown world title. You got the Raw world title.
I'm gonna stick with 4 because you can have a Kevin Owens and an under guy that's not supposed to be there or a Yeet Man as right under there, but 4 top guys across the brands.
That's terrible.
All right, Mike. Let me explain it. You've got Cody Rhodes. You've got Roman Reigns. You've got is it Solo Sikoa? Who's the other top guy? Braun Breaker.
Okay.
And then you've got 4 right now. Rollins.
Solo Sikoa. He's good, but he's not championship guy.
Here's your top 4 WWE guys. Reigns, Rollins, Punk, Cody. Thank you. You've got Randy Orton, Kevin Owens, Sami Zayn. You've got your boy you've got all those guys right under them to pad. They're the Jake the Snake Roberts. The 4 guys thing I just said is very true.
All right, hold on a minute. Now I agree with what you're saying, and I disagree. I think there should be 8 guys in WWE because you have 2 world titles.
Should there be? Yes. Should there be? Yes. There
should be Randy Orton, who's a made man, who is a main eventer, hands down. You have Cody Rhodes, who's a main eventer, hands down. Drew McIntyre, who is a main eventer, hands down.
It's the way they treat him, man. He's right below all of them.
But he's held the world title twice.
And look how quick they just used him they just used him as a placeholder recently.
Yeah, because WWE don't know what the fuck they're doing, and they got how many dislikes?
It's because they have more character and more people over than him that they. That's why you don't take Obafemi and skip the list because then that happens. That's why you're gonna Drew McIntyre somebody else.
Well, listen though, you got on SmackDown. You should have 4 guys. You should have Randy Orton, Cody, Drew McIntyre, Jacob Fatu. There should be a fatal 4-way. At WrestleMania.
My bad when I said Sikoa, I meant Fatu. Sorry.
I know what you meant. But those 4 men should have a fatal 4-way at WrestleMania this year.
There were rumors of it.
There was rumor of it, but you know who shot it down? Creative shot it down because they didn't think it would make money. It didn't. I
have a reason, and you can agree or disagree. Y'all can tell me what y'all think. And I heard podcasters say this, and it makes sense. Why did they not go with the 4-way? Because what else does SmackDown have to show but a women's match if you put all 4 of them in one match at Mania? And I agree with that. You take it away. Who?
A tag match.
And
Okay, so there's 3 matches.
okay, if you don't do that, you put McIntyre. McIntyre's already gonna have another match because he's not in this. You're gonna put him against your boy. I mean, that
Who
gives
you
you
putting
another
him against?
match.
Who you putting him against?
I'm trying to think of who's not being used on. Who
I
just
already
got?
know who they're putting. I already know who they're putting him against. I want to know who you think they should put him against.
Who's left? That's not in the top guy. That's not left. Is it Fatu?
Fatu already has a match because they're fucking stupid.
Who's Fatu fighting?
Solo Sikoa.
Wow, I didn't think that was. I thought it was going to be McIntyre.
Fuck no. They got McIntyre fighting Nick Aldis.
So you're saying everything's complete doo doo, right, Mike?
Fuck, dude. This is what I'm trying to explain.
It's a clusterfuck.
You need 8 guys in the main event on Raw and SmackDown.
I agree with you.
Let me fucking go off. Here we fucking go.
And this, I don't have the cup. This rant is sponsored by W. Get your W energy drinks at W.GG. Use our promo code Ringside Rants, 10% off. Mike,
you need
go.
You need 8 motherfuckers, okay? You need not fucking Solo. You need Jacob Fatu. You need fucking Randy Orton. You need Drew McIntyre. You need a Cody. All 4 of them should have a fucking fatal 4-way at Mania. Why? Because it makes fucking sense. You don't need Nick Aldis out there. You don't need his stupid ass out there doing any fucking thing besides being a general manager. I'm not done. Damn it. So here we are in this dilemma of debacle of fucking Wrestle Shithead Palooza Mania 2026. And here we are talking about this shithole that everybody's going to go to in Vegas for the second time in 2 years for no fucking reason, only to go there and pad their fucking wallets, and nobody gives a shit about because there's not a fucking main event worthy of stealing the show. You had to have 2 nights of bullshit for no fucking reason. Only reason you needed is to pad your fucking wallets. And then on the main event on night 2, you have Roman Reigns versus fucking CM fucking dogshit Punk, who had no storyline whatsoever, even after Royal Rumble. You had to come up with some bullshit that they had to come together and make Roman Reigns look like a baby slut, and not a baby face, a baby slut. Because his whole family's come out there and said, you need to apologize. For what fucking reason? Because CM Punk said some bullshit that didn't fucking matter because it's bullshit and it ain't fucking true. But it's supposed to be personal, but the other shit doesn't make any sense on Roman Reigns' side when it comes out at fucking CM Punk because it sounds derogatory and stupid, doesn't make any fucking logical sense. But yet you have this fucking match for no fucking reason, and then you have 2 fucking women's matches who should be opposite sides of what they are, and nobody seems to get this shit because every time they do this shit right, they fuck it up and stick their dick in a fucking pencil sharpener for no fucking reason. It don't make any fucking sense. You have tag team division after tag team division that don't do shit on the shows, and then on top of every fucking thing else, you only have one person, one motherfucker that does one fucking thing right, and that's Danhausen.
Chat on a 1 to 10, 10 being the best. Y'all rate rate Mike's rant while we get Josh and Phil's feedback on that. Let's rate Mike's rant. That was pretty good.
That's some good shit.
Yeah, Mike, I think I have to give you a 10 on that because I agree with everything you said.
Yeah,
I'm giving him a 10.
And I especially agree with you. I've been screaming this since before they made the matches. The women's matches are wrong. They should be. They have the wrong woman fighting the wrong. Liv Morgan should be the small mini fighting the beast Jade Cargill and beat her, and you should have Rhea putting over the new Stephanie. That's what you should have in the women's matches, and we would get a 5-star match out of Rhea and Stephanie. Let's not forget that. Damn, Anthony gives you a 9.5 out of 10, bro. That was pretty good, Rand. I'm giving you a 10, Mike. That was badass, and I disagree with none of that. The only thing, the 8 men. All right, Tyler gives you 10 out of 10. Mike is on fire. NBA Jam, yo. He's on fire.
He's on fire.
I agree with you on the 8 men, Mike. The problem is WWE ain't gonna do it because there's some douche. They never have. Vince was always build one guy and have two guys. He never thinks far enough to have 8 top men. The closest we can get to that, and the chat's gonna love. Wow, you got a 10 out of 10. You got Monica gave you over, I think, 1,000,000. She gave you. Yeah, that was very good. I agree with the 8 men thing. The problem is they're not gonna fucking do it. Should they? Yeah, I agree with you. Would I like to see 4 top men on each show? Just like I'm pissed that AEW does not have 6 top men in that real top men for their world title. I'm pissed that they should have contenders being built up. I'm pissed about that. Like one guy, 2 guys can't carry it all. Tony Khan should be billing people over there. But back to WWE, I agree with everything you said, Mike.
Thank you. Thank you.
It was all on the money. And yeah, we've seen Punk and Reigns already. Yeah, the women are crisscross. Yeah, creatives being dicked around and told plan for this, don't plan. We got a shitty Mania build. You're right. Mania build. This could be the worst Mania build in the history of Mania.
Yeah.
Worse than the COVID era. This is a bad one. This is a bad. Just like the last Rumble sucked ass, and we loved the Rumble. The Rumble in January blew ass.
Dude. The whole thing I'm trying to get to, and I'm gonna get to AEW in a minute too. They're not off the fucking hook either.
No,
trust me.
No,
but there's things I got to say about them. But the thing about Mania,
guys, I don't want to cut you off, man, but I am so tired right now. It's like I'm fighting to stay awake. So. And I want to continue. And I know I've been off for a while, and I want to continue talking wrestling. But yeah, I just had some bad experiences coming out before knowing this, and it's kind of wore me out. So
yeah, Josh is just Chad. If you don't know, Josh has been battling illness. He was hospitalized with pneumonia, and he's still trying to work and do life. So yeah,
dude,
yeah, he's still recovering.
Reach out to us.
Let's say this quote before he close off. We're not just food that you eat. We're
fruit for the ears, baby. But yeah, like I said, I hopefully plus I had a bad experience right before.
If you need anything, man, holler at us.
Doing this shit today. But like I said, I'm still watching wrestling, and I'm paying attention to everything. But it's like right now, I was like, I kind of wore out. So.
Dude, you're fine, bro. We love you, man. We love you.
Josh, get better. So you realize we're 17 days away, getting ready to be 16 from you supposed to be coming down.
Yes, and then we're gonna try to do an after bullshit of this fucking TNA that we're gonna go see. So. But
we want to see Sacrifice. We're sacrificing our lives to go see Sacrifice. Yeah.
Mike, go ahead and rep it to make sure everybody knows what's going on. Tell them about it, Mike.
If you're out and about in the New Orleans, Louisiana area, and you want to waste some money and come and see TNA with us, we'll be there in 109 Section B or Row B, the whole fucking row. And if you want to just come by and just sit on us or hang out with us or whatever, we'll be in downtown New Orleans Saturday afternoon. The 3 of us will be Josh and Sleepy Phil, and Jordan will be playing music at some local.
I'll be doing work, but anyway, the main thing is y'all be prepared. The Friday night of Sacrifice, we're gonna try to go live for you guys, and do a quick recap and have a little bit of a show with all 4 of us in person.
Yeah, we're gonna find a local bar and it's like go live somewhere.
Or we might just head back here where there's less noise and try to get all 4 of us in the frame and put on a show for y'all at the Plantation.
Or what we could do is I'll bring my laptop, you bring your phone, you bring your tablet, and I'll bring a tablet for fucking Phil, and we'll all go live together. And that way you can see how I smell it. Well, then bring your fucking tablet, Phil.
Yeah, bring your
Bring a charger too, bastard. No stealing my.
All right, guys. All right. Like I said, everybody have fun, and as like I said, I'll probably we'll probably go on. Me and Mike will probably be live on Thursday, and we'll give our review, the review of the downfall of TNA. So.
It ain't the fall of TNA. It's the build up to the fall of TNA.
it's been falling for a while, and now that fucking goober that wears a hat.
Silva.
Yeah, whatever the owner of TNA, the guy is like worse than Tony Khan right now.
Carlos, what's his name?
Yeah, Carlos
Yeah.
Silva.
Yeah,
Chat, don't go anywhere. Chat, do not
Carlos
go anywhere.
Silva's a fucking
Chat,
stooge. That's all I can say.
the show is not over. Chat, don't go anywhere. Josh is just saying his goodbyes. We still have more to talk about.
Yes.
Okay. Oh,
So-
wait. Somebody said something. I'm trying to read it right here. It said, "Hey
Hey,
Josh,
Josh,
I'm gonna send prayers out to you, brother. Hope, yeah. Thank you. And like I said, it's been a rough couple weeks, and
You had a couple others down there, Josh. Everybody's telling you get better and they're thinking about you. But the chat's all like giving you the loves.
yeah, thank you.
Also, Josh,
Like I said,
anything, man, holler at us. We're all here for you.
I know. Like I said, and I had some nice good albums to show, but I'm just like, you're
I
really
hate that you
exhausted
leave
right
it.
now.
I hate that you're getting off because I have an all metal showcase tonight.
Oh, I'll probably still be listening in the background. So,
Oh, that's sweet of you.
Yeah. All right, but yeah, I do have a anyway, yeah.
All right,
Josh.
all right, guys. Later.
Later,
Later on. Okay, Mike,
So-
before we move on, would you please catch up with the chat?
Yes, brother, I sure can.
Yeah, I know we missed between the love for Josh and some questions. Let's catch up real quick with y'all. We gotta do a little. We don't give y'all commercials. We give y'all fan service because, in the words of Don Callis when he was Cyrus, because we love you.
Yes. Phil, Jordan, Mike, and Josh, can WWE survive without having cable partnerships and having everything on streaming? Yes.
They're the one company that could. And that's because they're the McDonald's. They got the big money. They don't need to have the physical McDonald's. And the proof of that is
McDonald's, dude. McDonald's is not number one anymore, bro.
well, I know that, but you still. When you name fast food? What's the place everyone's gonna name? What's the fallback? It's not Burger King. It's not Wendy's. It's not Chick-fil-A. It's not Cane's. It's McDonald's.
There's like everything down here in the South. We don't call it pop. We call it Coke.
Yeah. It's like you want a Coke.
Yeah, even Pepsi is fucking Coke.
Right.
Everything is Coke. We don't serve Coke. We got Pepsi. Okay, that's what I want. It's a fucking Pepsi. If you go to a Coke place, you say, hey, I want a Coke. Or sweet tea because we're from the fucking South.
Right. And if you go up north, it's I want a pop.
Yeah, and I don't do that. Whenever I was in the Pacific Northwest, they're like, what do you want to drink? I was like, Coke. They're like, we don't have Coke. And I was like, Pepsi? We don't have Pepsi. I was like, what do you have? Oh, we got seltzer water and we got tea. I was like, oh, sweet tea? They looked at me like I was fucking insane. I was like, you don't put sugar in your tea? And they're like,
it's only a Southern thing, dude. It's only a Southern thing.
And I looked at them and I said, what kind of fucking place is this?
Yes. Heel Mike. I like Heel Mike.
I did, dude. I literally said, what kind of fucking place is this? And they're like, well, it's an Italian restaurant. I said, well, it can Italian kiss my ass. I got up and walked out.
I was going to tell you, I walked out. Yeah. Wait, what were their options to drink? I know we're getting off here and we haven't done all the chat. What was their options to drink?
Seltzer water, tea, and fucking bottled Perry, whatever kind of fucking Italian flavored water it was.
What Italian? I mean, even crappy Olive Garden has like Coca Pepsi products. The fuck's wrong with these? Did they have coffee? Did they have coffee?
No coffee.
The fuck kind of anyway? Fuck them. I'm glad you went off on them, Mike. Let's hit the chat.
All right. So therefore, anyway, here we go. Jordan wants the deal for both the CW and USA Network finishes, respectively, for an NXT and SmackDown. Where do you think they end up going in turn of streaming services?
Well, you don't have to read the whole question, but who about streaming services?
Anthony wants to know, what do you think about the SmackDown NXT going forward streaming service? Think they're going to be on Netflix?
WWE is going to leave one. That's why they took Raw. And just to show you the power of power of WWE. Raw has been an institution on cable TV for forever. They took Raw
30 years to be exact.
They took Raw off to say, look at our nutsack, and Netflix gave him a massive. Tony Khan wishes he could get half of that in a next Netflix deal. That's just the insane money, and it also hurts the creative because they can coast. That's why you're getting a shitty Mania. But SmackDown, we talked about this earlier. And with inflation, I don't know. But before 2020, JBL, he was being straight up true. You know, he's a Wall Street guy. that third hour of television, that's $1 million in TV ad revenue. So you figure alone, not counting ticket sales, not counting what they do, just the commercials is an average of 3 million. And this is, remember, hour three is not back in the day the biggest hour. Hour three is your worst hour for ratings now. $3 million because you letting people do ad. Think of the Super Bowl and when people pay for commercials. That's why SmackDown's still on network television. That's why it's not going to leave. If NXT is actually doing good with their numbers right now, they're beating Dynamite. If they were sucking, you throw them on a streaming service, and eventually things could change. They could go to SmackDown or a main WWE show has to stay on television, on cable network television, and that's why I said Tony Khan's in trouble if he loses one of his big ones that he's on. If he loses Turner, Fox doesn't want anything to do with wrestling. ESPN's already got their hands full with WWE. You're gonna get I don't know if we told everybody this. First hour of Mania, night 1 and night 2 are gonna be free on ESPN. They just want to show that shit.
You know why, don't you? Because they're very unhappy with WWE.
Right, but it's gonna get them views. It will get them views.
And
ESPN's
it's
gonna
going
get
to piss
some.
off a lot of people that want to watch sports.
Yeah, but at the same time, you've got those. What's gonna happen between the wrestling on ESPN? Ads. We're gonna pay some bills and make some money. Back to that same story again. So anyway, that it's gonna be like an old school WCW. You'd watch an hour and a half before the show would go pay per view. Buy now, buy now. Don't miss out. Watch the whole show. Or like Tony Khan's buy-in that runs into his pay per views. It's gonna be like or Sunday Night Heat. That would be like your hour leading into your pay per views for the Attitude Era. That's what you're gonna see for Mania on ESPN, and they're gonna make bank because of it. Like whether they're happy with WWE or not right now, and they're not.
Well, and I'm going to go back up again. Look, AEW Collision is better than WWE SmackDown. I agree.
Yeah. Yes. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
I agree. I agree. AEW is putting on a better product versus WWE right now.
Yeah, most definitely.
On both shows.
Yeah.
But that's just here. And then Anthony goes, does New Japan make a ton of money?
I remember that commercial. I mean that commercial. I remember that question. No, they do not. New Japan does not make a lot of money at all on their merch, especially in the States. I'll give you some numbers. New Japan used to release their financials before the birth of AEW. They would have a show, give you their financial, their years, their future goals, what they were going to do with the company. When New Japan was number 2 in the world, behind the WWE, which was a distant number 2, before when Vince still had it, for TKO, New Japan's income was $52 million that year. All right, it's a lot of money. That's not WWE's millions pre-now that they had back then. They were a distant number 2, but way ahead. And that's why Tony Khan didn't catch up until he got network TV, and a year and a half, 2 years into it, they became number 2.
Well,
but it took a while. It took a while with and all the money Tony Khan spends on all these talent and all these contracts and people that you can't get on TV all the time, and these buildings and these places that that all costs. So I mean, you're never going to get a true financial report on AEW because Tony Khan don't want you to have that, and Meltzer's going to lie for him. MJF just lied about some stuff online to back him up. So you're never going to get the truth. But the fact is, AEW is number 2, but they're a distant number 2 under WWE. If for them to fall, they have to lose, and it doesn't matter what show, as long as you make a show, you're a show on network television. It could be Collision if they change names, it doesn't matter. You have Collision on a Turner network that gets seen by way more people than we don't have Spike TV anymore, but those lesser networks. They're not in every home. That's why the WWE deal with Fox, when they got on SmackDown on Fox, it shot past the Raw numbers because Fox is in more homes and overseas than the USA Network. Some people's regular Channel 8 caught SmackDown on Fox. So that just gives you that much more views. And yeah, that's ratings, but more people watching those ads that are paying, and those ad people pay more money. That's what happens.
When they were on Fox, when SmackDown was on Fox, this is no bullshit. On a shitty night, they were getting 2.8 million.
Yeah, and they were hitting over 3s, which is the highest they had hit since the
Attitude Era.
since Stone Cold went good guy and the war was over with WCW and everything started going. That's when things went 3 and down. Before that, we had got at one point in history we were doing 4 and 5s and then 9s.
8s,
9s and 9.5s. And that's
And
with
that was
both
on
shows
both
playing.
shows. Yeah,
Yeah,
that was on both shows.
when Raw was in its heyday in the Attitude Era, when WCW was down by like 99 and 2000, they were hitting 8s and 9s. This is insane. The middle of the war was 4 and 5 each. You know, you're never going to see those numbers again because we have streaming and on demand. You don't have to. It's not must see TV anymore, and you have to be there to see it.
There is a lot of must see TV. What we back in the day would be considered must see TV, but today we've been so
Spoiled.
desensitized.
Spoiled. Well,
Yeah.
we've been spoiled that we can DVR. You can watch the show later. You don't have to be there at Monday at 7 or 8 o'clock every day now to watch Raw. You know, it's on a streaming service. It's all different. And another big thing, you don't have one show a week with a little mini throwaway show from each company either, because this was before the SmackDown and Thunder era. You had Raw and you had Nitro and you had their little Sunday or Saturday throwaway shows. You know, just to keep you whatever. You had each company had one show you had to watch every week, or you missed out because everybody and your mama was talking about it. Everybody.
And WCW Saturday Night was still a hit because it had 2 hours. You had 2 main events on each hour.
You did, but it wasn't when Nitro happened. Their numbers were starting to. You had your regular viewers, just like you people that always would tune in on a Monday to watch Raw, even when it was bad. You people that still watch NXT because they've become accustomed to it now, and they haven't. Their older demographic is pretty loyal for NXT. Their 49 plus is very loyal. They watch every week.
Yeah, you know why? Because there ain't shit else on television on Tuesday night.
There's another good point, but they've been conditioned now that that's their show they're going to watch. That's their television.
Remember whenever it was Tuesday night? Well, everything has been Wednesday Night Dynamite, but Wednesday night's been since 2019 has been AEW on Wednesday night.
Yeah, they've taken over the states.
And I'm okay with that. I'm technically okay with that because there's never really been a Wednesday night television or wrestling TV show. Period.
That was the one when wrestling started happening every night. Wednesday was the one day we didn't have, because there was a point where we had Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday wrestling on network television. There was a point where we had that Wednesday. My whole first year buying AEW and watching every Dynamite, buying every pay-per-view, a wrestling fan, I would forget, and someone would have, dude, are you watching that? Oh, fuck, it's Wednesday. I would forget out of habit. Was it Monday nights? Years after I got out of WWE, every Monday, I'm like, TV. Oh, that's great. That crap sucks now. I don't watch that. Just Wednesday, the Wednesday don't work for me because I never remember it's wrestling just because I'm programmed that way.
Mm-hmm. Because it's when we grew up in the South. What is Wednesday night for us?
Nothing.
Well, for me, Wednesday was the prelude to Thursday. So you went out with 20, 30 people to the bar and drink till 2 a.m. and everybody would fall down going to work in a few hours. That's what we would do on Wednesday night.
For me, it was just a random school night.
Hold on.
It was a random school night.
All right. I guess I'm different. I was raised in a Christian household.
Me too, but I still went out 18, 19, 20, 21. It was all in the bars.
Wednesday night was always go to church. Am I wrong or right?
Oh,
A lot of people down here, yeah.
Not the people I knew, because down here is not Wednesday. This is a weekend. It was weekends. Not for Catholic or Baptist. That's the weekend.
Shit, Wednesday night was always church service, man. Wednesday and Sunday, that's church service.
Sorry, not for but not us down here, bro. Wednesday's like the woman or the wife or the girlfriend's like, oh, good. Last day I got to cook for the kids because Thursday's takeout night, or I don't have to cook. Monday's always cook at home. Nothing's open. You got to cook a big meal. Everybody's back to school. All the hassle. Everything's back. Tuesday, you got to do it again. Wednesday's like, she's like, oh, thank God it's the final night. Thursday's takeout. If you're single, Thursday's payday. Everybody goes out and drink. Friday, everybody used to run out. It was rock night. Everybody would go nuts. You know, Sunday's just a big cooking, relaxed day. Sometimes the guys that are married or whatever do the cooking, let the ladies go gossip and just cook all day and drink outside.
Okay.
Yeah, which I don't get to enjoy because I work Saturdays and Sundays because I'm in the music business.
Yeah. Whatever. But anyway, So that's what Wednesday night was here growing up. And it desensitized me to watch wrestling on Wednesday nights because there was nothing on Wednesday nights that really mattered. And Sunday night or Sunday morning, there was always I was a bad kid. I didn't like church. I thought it was stupid. Kind of still do. Anyway, not saying I'm a Satanist because I'm not. Just saying.
One
But
extreme to the next.
yeah, but I'm not. But so Sunday mornings I would watch WWF Superstars because that was what I did because I was a shitty little snot nosed fucking kid. And at that time, for an hour, I was dedicated to watching WWF Superstars because I was a shitty snot nosed kid.
And I didn't have it. I would get WCW Worldwide about 11 o'clock before midnight after the cartoons on Saturday. We're talking about this last night. I would get Worldwide from Orlando or an NWA show, and then eventually Mid South. But that Saturday, and I did not have cable TV, so I never got to watch Saturday night WCW. I never got to see that.
Yeah, I had to go to my cousin's house or a friend's house and stay there a night and watch that. And that was before Nitro even took off. And then '92.
Yeah, at least you got Saturday morning cartoons, Jordan.
Huh?
At least you got Saturday morning cartoons, Jordan.
What about Saturday morning cartoons?
At least you got those.
Oh, you weren't on the show last night. We went on for an hour in detail about all of that, Phil. All cartoons and throwback. Last night's podcast was all of that. We barely did wrestling news.
Yeah, it was fucking awesome.
And it was all throwback shit. You would, when you're bored, you might want to go. Well, you still got to watch the cup match, but it was a good show for retro throwback in the feels, bro. We went from Bozo the Clown to the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles to X-Men and Batman the animated series.
Oh yeah, animated series of Batman. I got the Blu-ray box set. I even got Batman Beyond. That was a good show too.
We talked about just about anybody and everybody you can remember. Last night's show was all of that.
Yeah,
the animated series is a classic. It brought the line between
film noir, cartoon noir
themes, but it also in a way kids can understand it.
Yeah,
it was written beautifully. The voice acting was terrific. It was treated serious like X-Men was, dialogue wise. It was made like it was made for adults, but it was for kids. And that's why a lot of adults watch the shit.
You assholes, we're not derailing this show tonight.
No, we did. We just did that real quick. We're going back to Mike. What we missed in the comments, Mike?
All right, so, man, I don't remember. I think that's why WWE is going to start filter out some of these independent guys. They're still going to be on the roster, but the face of the company are the guys that they organically built. Through the performance, 10 or so, as much as I like Gunther, I think there's a limited time frame with him, and he is not a face of a company as much as some of his fans think he is. I totally fucking agree. Through the Performance Center, as much as I like Counter, I don't think he is. Okay, I don't understand that, Anthony. Sorry, love you, but I don't understand. Finn versus Dom at WrestleMania. Unfortunately, that's fucking happened. Gunther. Okay, Gunther. Yeah, Gunther's terrible.
I don't want to derail you going through the comments, but one comment about Gunther. He's not there to be the face of the company for the fans. He's there to be the guy that's pissing you off right now in the heel. And that's what Triple H is doing. He's using Gunther as the guy to be like, me, Gunther, me, piss you off, me, champion. That's what the whole thing.
Okay.
One day they'll try to put him face, but Gunther's there to piss you off right now.
Well, I don't care if he's face or heel. His lackluster of moveset, because WWE's like, nope, we're not going to do that. Nope, we're not going to do that. You can do this, and that's it.
Yeah, well, they want him to survive. He doesn't have to do. The WWE's famous for watering down the indie guys. Like Phil said, him on the indies was terrific. Look how watered down Nakamura's been.
We'll talk about him in a minute. Let's get through these comments. I want to come back to Nakamura.
Go ahead.
Who are the future faces of Raw? SmackDown is a question on the men's side for both titles. The future faces of Raw, Braun Breaker, Oba Femi.
I can't comment because we don't know if there's ever going to be another. There might be probably another draft. People move back and forth. But the future faces, Dominic Mysterio and Logan Paul are going to stay. They're going to move only up, not down. Unless they want to get, they're not
Dude.
going to go down.
Dude, I'm going to tell you this, and I hate to bust your bubble. Logan Paul and Dominic Mysterio are B+ players. They will always be B+ players. They
I
will
know.
never, ever, ever, ever be main event talent. As much as people say they are, oh my God, dude.
I hate to burst. I look at it the same way as you, but I hate to burst your bubble. In WWE's mind, and the fans are gonna when they turn Dom, and you know I've hated Dom for years. When they turn him 100% babyface, he's gonna be the most over guy in that company.
Oh yeah, he will be. He will be. Yeah, I agree with you. I do. But whenever, let's take it for example. Remember Mizdow? Remember when he was the biggest over
that was Vince shit. They should have gave him pull away the dumb shit, let him beat Miz, and then give him a title run. He wrestles the WWE style perfect. Him and Wade Barrett was Vince McMahon's two big fuck ups, and it's all because the same reason he made Braun retire. He wanted to push fucking Reigns. He didn't care about no one else, and that's their problem. That's why I told you you're not getting 8 men because even today they focus on one guy and a bunch of guys. But not a bunch, like not even a handful. You don't have enough guys A+, like you just said.
Here we go. Since the debut of the Faction Revolution, and that's back in the Attitude Era, at the end of the Attitude Era, whenever everything was done and over with and everybody was in Revolution because all we had was one fucking company again, you had 4 people in the faction. Remember the 4 people? Batista, yeah. Ric Flair, Randy Orton, Triple H.
Oh, Evolution. I thought you said Revolution.
Yeah, that's my bad. I fucked up. Evolution. Ever since then, they're like, that makes money. We can push the big guy. We can push a superstar out of that. We can make it happen. When Randy Orton won the title, we screwed him over. Correct? They did it again. They've always done it. They continue to rinse, repeat, recycle the bullshit.
But the whole point of a faction is to get over a new guy with established. That's the whole point of a faction.
Remember the Shield.
The only one that did not follow that rule was the NWO. Because Hall, Nash, and Hogan were already over, and Savage and all that, and they didn't really make a new guy from the NWO. They're the ones. They're the exception to the rule. And if you want to consider DX maybe giving a little rub to Billy and to Assman and Road Dogg, maybe, I mean, they would have been fine on their own. But every other faction is made to boost. That's why Flair and Triple H, they were going to have fun with it. They were like, these are our next 2 big guys. Now look what happened with Batista. He shit the bed. He's gone. His career's been done for forever. He went to Hollywood. So he was a waste of time. And they should have kept Jindrak like they wanted. They should have. He would have he'd have been a wrestler. He'd have stuck around. If they'd have done Mike Awesome right, he'd have been great in that position. If they would have treated him with any kind of respect, and he wouldn't have lost his wife and killed himself.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of here and there and what they should have done and could have done.
But that's what we're here for, Mike. We're here to speculate and toss up ideas.
Yeah, and I agree with that.
But and a fact is, Batista was a bad bet because he took off to Hollywood and was gone. Come back at 14, it was so bad. He was like, "Yeah, I'll leave. I quit." You know, it was just a bad choice. Vince choosing Reigns was not. He makes money for now. The dude's part-time already, and I mean, Reigns came back because he wants to come back to have a final run. And some other, in case y'all don't realize in the chat, Reigns is becoming champion and holding that title hostage for 1 year. That's in the books already.
Because they want next year in Saudi, The Rock versus Roman Reigns. Hate to break it to you, it's gonna fucking suck.
Well, they would have to pull the title off of Reigns before that because Rock has to lose if it's career. Rock has to lose that.
It doesn't matter. It's still going to be a shitty match. Look at it. How many times has Rock wrestled in the past year?
Well, how many times has he wrestled in the past? More than 10.
Not many.
No. His last match wasn't his last. Wait.
John Cena.
I was going to say the second Cena match. Isn't that his final match? Or did he do one after? That's it.
No, he did one. He did one more. There was yeah, because he teamed up with.
He had the Austin Theory segment.
Huh.
You don't. Well, no, Anthony. I'm not gonna. He's a part-timer because he makes money and he wants to go to Hollywood. And he don't have to. It's not because of his leukemia, dude. The only reason he even got over a little bit was when he told everybody he had leukemia, which is
For the second
fucked
time.
up. Yeah, but it's fucked up. But I mean, I don't like the way these people use, and yeah, it's WWE, so who cares? But I don't like the way these people use the wrestling business as a stepping stone with their hearts. Randy Orton was like, "I'm not an actor. I'm here to fucking wrestle." Is he
Why
on a
didn't you
part-time
recommend me?
deal today? Is Randy Orton on a limited deal? Yeah, but Orton still comes back and does this thing. He's not trying to be the center of attention every time.
No, but Randy Orton also knows that his best years are behind him.
Sure, but he's still not. He's not crippled. He's
No,
taking some like wear and tear from bumps in the ring. But he's not.
his back is in bad shape, bro.
Yeah. Well, you go take 1,000+ bumps in the ring from training and learning how to wrestle and traveling and touring the world and tell me how you feel. You know?
Fuck that.
Yeah. I mean, Hulk Hogan said forever if he'd have known how he would have ended up in TNA by the time he did TNA. Says he'd have just made the big Buddhist finisher and said, "Fuck that leg drop." That leg drop fucked him up more than anything on
It
that
is.
hard WWF ring.
Yeah, but anyway, who are the future faces of Raw? In my opinion, it's Oba Femi and Braun Breaker. Who are the future of SmackDown? No fucking telling, except Jacob Fatu. But Jacob Fatu is already up in age as well because he waited so long to come into the WWE. They really don't have any talent except for they're going to have to draft from NXT to SmackDown to prove something because all your other talent is up in age. And I hate to say it, Kevin Owens is up in age, Sami Zayn is up in age, Randy Orton's up in age, Cody ain't no spring chicken, Drew McIntyre ain't no spring chicken.
They need a big youth movement of people they can trust in WWE. But the recent years have shown with AJ and Balor, that 40 is the golden age right now in WWE, and
Yeah.
that's why you can't knock New Japan for their established talent that still can go to minute. The Dad Squad is the Dad Squad. We know they're never going for the titles again. They're there to help and put people. They do their job. They do it right. But you also have that youth movement going on right now in New Japan where they're pushing and caring about every single young person they have on that Raw. Everybody.
Yeah.
Everybody has a. It's like Vince Russo booking without the stupidity, but done right. The KO Bros only were young lions a couple years ago. Those dudes are up. Yuya, Shooter.
But this is, I don't want to say this. This is the opposite of what New Japan is doing.
Yes.
Okay, this is the opposite. We're talking about a company who has. Let's just be honest. Whenever WrestleMania was WrestleMania 1, when it came to be, you had a lot of young talent. You had a semi-young Hulk Hogan. You had a Roddy Piper. You had a Superfly Jimmy Snuka. All these guys were young in the business. They were eager. They wanted to make money.
Yeah.
They wanted to succeed in wrestling and make wrestling their home and produce a show where, and back in the 80s, we didn't have storytelling like we do now. The storytelling was done in promos and in the ring and not on a fucking microphone.
Well, we can also look at the Attitude Era, which were forced by WCW that took their talent to make new stars and bring in new people after the new generation. Austin had a little age on him, but he was still in his 30s. All those guys in that Attitude Era roster that were made. Rock was a young new talent. You know, you had a bunch of Mark Henry starting out as a young man. Kurt Angle wasn't that old when he won his medals and came across. You had, and that was due to necessity. They had to because they had to make talent. Mick Foley wasn't ancient yet. Undertaker was still young. I mean, you had like you just don't see that on WWE right now. You just don't. It's the 40.
They
The
don't
40 is
know how to
oldest.
pick young talent anymore.
Yeah, they need to start trying to trust them. They need to take over Femi over the next 2, and Braun Breaker has already had about a year, but even though he's injured. You need to take guys like that and give them the 2 years and get them ready. Like, get them ready to be there in 2 years. They need to work on them now. Get them on the screen.
If you look at it, you're going to have to blame Vince for that because Vince, he fucked up.
Oh yeah.
He basically does not know how to book. He basically says, "Well, this is Triple H's talent, so I'm not gonna book them."
Yeah, Triple H had the young guys that were capable, ready to go in his black and gold. He had them. You had
decided to bury all of them, and they ended up look at, for example, Shinsuke, Finn Balor.
Well, I mean, Shinsuke had a little age on him by that point. He was at 20 something, but
he was 30. He was 30 36, 30, 35, something like that.
Yeah. I mean, I get that, and Bobby Roode had age on him as well. But you had young people that came up that had character that you could have gave a shot to. You know,
But
you could.
they didn't because of the fact they. I don't want to say this in WWE terms. I think they don't have
It. Vince
it's
is
that
it.
they had it. It ain't that they had something.
Vince takes one look at you, and if he sees a look he don't like before you even talk, he's like, "Nope, that ain't the guy." No, oh, I could tell. The minute I saw him, that's the guy, Roman Reigns. The minute he saw him, Vince was infatuated. I mean, I always thought he pushed him. I know he doesn't follow pop culture. I always thought Vince wanted to push Reigns because he looked like that movie star dude that the women all. That's what I always thought. And the women go, I always thought Vince was like, yes, good looking, well built guy. Yeah, let's push it. Let's go with him. Yeah.
But the thing is, though, man, in my opinion, and here we are talking about wrestling again in WWE, which I really wish we could get off this subject. I don't care about any of their talent in NXT. Some of their talent is trash.
That's bad. See, you're right. That's a bad thing that we don't care about NXT, right? That is bad. We should be invested in them, and we're not. That's a bad sign for the future of your homegrown talent. That's bad. That's very bad.
I mean, they have this faction now with Finley and called the Legacy. Basically, it's the Legacy 2.0, like the birth.
The birthright. Yeah, you got.
We need to go back.
I can see why David Finley did not want to join NXT because they would have put him as leader of them, and he's like,
it wasn't that. It wasn't that. We talked about. You might not have been on the show, but his money and WWE's asking their monies were so far apart that WWE said, "Fuck it, we don't even make creative for him." And Tony Khan paid him what he wanted. We need before we jump to another subject. Remind me, we need to talk about the lack of cheers and crowd response for Finley's debut. It was not good. We need to talk about that for David Finley on AEW. Well, everybody's reporting that
he got booed as a heel. That's why.
No, he did. No one popped. No one was excited. Andrade got a bigger pop than him. That's sad.
But the reason.
Who are you? I'm going to call it what it is.
They didn't chant. Who are you? They knew.
No, I'm calling it what it is. Unless you're a hardcore beyond AEW fan that watches New Japan or knows, no one knows who David Finley is.
All right, Jordan, stop for just 1 second. If you look at their roster, who they signed in this past year, they've signed TNA talent and New Japan talent. They have signed zero, besides Tommaso Ciampa, they've signed zero WWE talent.
I think they have enough. Yeah. But who are you going to buy? They bought the old guys they could get.
Well, anyway, hear me out. AEW, if you look at the way they're doing, it seems like they're trying to come in this new talent and all this other talent that they haven't used and haven't been on TV. If they go somewhere, hello, we got a refresh of talent. Boom, they're ready to come out and showcase their talents. Kevin Knight, Speedball Mike Bailey.
Not going to use him high.
The War Dogs.
Speedball's never going to be above him. That's sad because me and Phil love Speedball. Speedball is never going to. Speedball is never going to get a TBS or TNT championship or anything like that. Tag belts as far or never. No, trios title is as far as he goes.
I can see him getting a mid card title eventually.
Yeah.
I don't.
I'm going to tell you why. Because they gave it to fucking Darby Allin and Orange Cassidy.
Which is Tony Khan's favorites.
It don't matter because right now you're pushing talent to the moon, and he's high on Kevin Knight. He's high on Speedball. He's high on fucking the dogs. He wanted Gabe Kidd since 2 years ago, and he couldn't get him. Now he got him along with Clark Connors and David Finley.
I don't see him doing anything.
Out Darby Allin with the shillelagh.
Yeah, I don't see him doing much more than them against. I don't see them getting any higher profile matches. I don't. And I think Tony Khan's hiring all these people real quick because he's going to do his routine of, you're not fired. We're going to let your contract expire to his talent that he's tired of and bored and don't think can make it. And he's going to let all them. I think he's going to let all them go out the door that you haven't seen on TV. Not the big names.
Favorite party, which for whatever reason, stupid. He should let them go to the NXT. I would have never re-signed them. No offense to Private Party. I hope and pray to God they do good somewhere. but AEW is not their fit. It's never been their fit.
It's a shame because I watched in their era and they were a good, exciting tag team. They were better than the WWE version with the guy with the cup. They were way better than them. But Tony Khan don't know how to. He doesn't care. He doesn't care. It's too. I named you the people last night. Tony Khan cares about on not even 10 fingers, and that's all he cares about. If your name's not Darby Allin, Hangman Page, Orange Cassidy, Tony Storm, the Bucks, Omega, and I think I'm missing MJF. You easily can walk out the. Oh, of course, Mox and Brian, of course, and Brian's technically retired, might come back from that shit. But if you're not one of those guys, Tony Khan's willing to let you walk. And originally Britt Baker before she, which the only reason he still got her in the contract, he's scared she's gonna go do a Mania stint for a month or whatever in WWE, and that he's scared to lose her. That's why he's tying up like Jericho, all these fucking contracts.
And think of it like this too, man. Here we are. How many times have we seen the Bellas on TV in the past month?
Kill it with fire, please.
But
and
my thing is,
somebody mentioned the other day all the talent Tony Khan got, he ain't using, and he go bring people want TV time. Fucking Iconics, really, bro? Really?
He killed them on their debut.
But who the fuck cares? No one wants to see y'all asses. Get out of here. Fuck.
That was a fun Barry to watch, by the way.
Dude, that was freaking awesome. It was like, hello, here's our entrance. Hello, here's our exit. It was fucking awesome. But
I mean, Tony Khan just exposed the Iconics.
Yeah, but the inspiration, whatever you want to call them,
The Iconics, he basically showed them that they were just all cheering and nothing.
All fluff. They're all fluff. But my thing is, with all this talent he's signing, he has a reason. Because a lot of people are speculating. We haven't seen a Leo Rush. Well, Leo Rush has been delegated to Ring of Honor. A lot of this talent's going to get suckered over to Ring of Honor because of the new myAEW.com deal. And you got in that new, what is it? That new,
They bought the Honor Club, so I think that's a pretty good deal.
Yeah, but if you have a VPN, you can get it, and which I think is smart. And if I had a VPN, I'd be doing the same thing. I'm not saying if I do or don't, but if I had a VPN, I'd be doing the same thing. So my personal opinion is what they're doing is smart, and having Ring of Honor in that venue, what they have it now that
that television studio, it kind of gives me old NW. It basically gives me old school NWA vibes.
Yes, and a lot of people are not happy with it because of the way it's set up, and I personally disagree with it. I think I like it.
I think it's a good way, and these are the same people that are mad about it. It's like, dude, you watch NXT in Full Sail or in Full Sail Arena, or you're probably the one that watches WWE Evolve in the studio. So don't shut the fuck up.
Well, this is what I'm fixing to say. I remember the black and gold era, whenever you had back in the day, you had Pac and you had Natty Neidhart and you had
Natty. Well, we're going way back.
And you had the debut of Rhino, and all this is in NXT. All this is NXT, by the way.
How about young Page and
that was after the fact. I didn't go there then. It wasn't black and gold then. Black and gold was
Rollins.
Black and gold was not Rollins. Black and gold started because the beginning of NXT, whenever you had the first NXT champion, I would consider that black and gold.
That's what's just considered with the horsewomen and all of that. That's considered black and gold.
Horsewomen came after that.
That's considered black and gold's up to like 17.
Well, I didn't consider I call that 1.0. The black and gold happened whenever you started getting a lot of the indie wrestlers. That to me was black and gold.
I mean, Owens and Zayn are considered the black and gold.
Yes.
Bobby Roode, all of that. But Rollins being the first, Rollins, they consider that the birth of black and gold.
That's terrible because I didn't. I consider that 1.0 because you had him Then right after him, you had Big E.
Well, 2.0 actually was right after Black and Gold when they put the stupid colors and all that. They're in their third era right now. But the first era lasted the longest. But that's the one where you had. I mean, everybody started showing up
Big
right
E.
after it was a video game. Right after it was a game show, and Triple H took it over. That was the birth of Black and Gold.
He had the big giant NXT
Yeah,
belt,
yeah.
which was fucking terrible.
Oscar,
Yeah. Well, Oscar to me, that's
Ember
black and
Moon.
gold. Oscar's black and gold. To me, whenever I went and seen him, whenever Pac was world champion, that was black and gold.
I hate to tell you this, but Adam Rose and Bo Dallas are considered Black and Gold. Big E when he was down there, all of them.
I know, but I didn't. I consider that 1.0.
1.0 is. I'm sorry to tell you this. 1.0 is Black and Gold.
I consider 1.0 black and gold, 2.0, and then whatever the fuck they got now.
Yeah. Well, now they're in their current era, which is not the Shawn Michaels era.
Whatever. It still has the splatter and stupid goofy bullshit, and I don't know if I'm going to a Double Dare set or if I'm going to a wrestling show.
See, I agree with that. I don't, but you know what? AEW's Dynamite logo has that crap too. So
It doesn't have the splatter, man. I'm talking about the splatter. It's like, hey, we got gack for everybody. You want some gack? Here's some
I
gack.
always thought of that when AEW's original opening bumper for Dynamite with the colors and all of that. First thing I was like, all right, they're really emphasizing on all these colors. What are they trying to tell me? Like it was all splatter and paint, and yeah, I remember that. I watched it religiously.
The original to me reminded me of Hello, We're TNA because they had this stupid tunnel.
You know that they actually bought those from TNA. That wasn't TNA tunnels.
Yeah.
Tony Khan saving money in the early days because he liked the tunnels.
Yeah. Adam Rose and Elton to be considered FCW and not NXT. Ah, see.
Yeah. They did come. He has a point there. That is kind of where they came from. But I mean, they got known to the world by NXT, just like no one knew who Boba.
I consider a little bit of that 1.0, and then I consider the black and gold whenever Pac was champion. Right after Bo Dallas and that stupid shit, believe that was
Tyler.
Ever.
Tyler made a comment. I want to talk about that about Bayley to AEW. I'm wondering about that because supposedly she's not thrilled backstage with her creative. And she's really done it all in the place she's at, unless she puts over some new girl. Before she gets too old, I think she should go over and make some money for a year or two, and then go back to WWE, get paid to go. I think Charlotte. I'm actually shocked. Charlotte. I'm not saying we want to see Charlotte. I'm shocked.
I don't.
I'm shocked that her dad didn't tell her do like me, bounce around the territory, go to AEW, make a payday. And then go back to WWE and demand more money to get you back. I'm shocked that Rick didn't convince Charlotte to do that.
I'm pretty sure he did, but she was already injured and she already had time extended because of her being off from television. And she didn't re-sign a television deal or a new contract until she came back, and they gave her the title, last year at WrestleMania?
Yeah. And before that, when she came back, the very first night on SmackDown, they were like, "Here you go, title shot." I'm like, bro, really? Really? Yeah. You ain't even done nothing to get it. Really? You should be the bottom of the pile, having a squash match at least on television for like 4 minutes or 3 minutes. Not getting a title when you've been away. That always pissed me off with WWE. It's like, no, when you lose, you're supposed to start over again. You don't get a title shot. No.
Do you remember, and this is the God's honest truth, it pissed me off, and I was a huge fan of The Rock. Remember whenever he was in that Rock era, and right before he started going to do movies completely, he was hit and miss and supposedly injured for about, 3 or 4 months. He didn't have the title, and he came back, and boom, they gave him the fucking title.
Yeah, I'm not a fan when they do that kind of shit, man. I don't like that.
They're notorious for stupid shit.
I know. And they're like, oh, good old... Yeah, the people will love it. They won't care. I care, damn. You know what I'd like to see? And TNA did it for a hair of a minute. Eric Bischoff pushed forward. Cody wanted to do it in AEW. I want to see a win-loss record, and you show me who earns the number one contender. I want to see that. Show me the top 10 fuckers. Show me who earns the number one contendership that's going to be going for a title. Show me who eventually in the future. Build story. If I owned a wrestling company, I would do that all over my TV. I'd be like, look, here's your 10 roster, wins and losses. You can see who's moving up, who could move around. Build for the future. Somebody gets injured, the next guy automatically moves up. I mean, it all makes logical fucking sense. My TV would be all I'd be, and I would. It would be like a main event. Here's your two guys. The winner of this becomes the number one contender for whatever title. They get that extra point. They are the highest in line. They're going for world title. You know, even if it's just the world, I would do that. I would have
Hey,
that for the men and the women.
hey, Phil, can you drop the link for Tyler? I mean, Anthony.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we gotta let's get Anthony in here for a minute. He wanted to say some things. I'm gonna smoke a cigarette real quick.
Because I can't drop the link on my computer because it won't allow me.
Yeah. Anthony thinks Bailey's too loyal, but
I don't think so. Hell, everybody thought Bryan Danielson was so loyal to WWE. And you see how that
Sasha. Well, Sasha. What's her name? Mercedes and Bailey are tight. All right, and so is
Naomi.
What's her name? Naomi.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and not only that, if you flip the script, everybody's like, "Oh, Edge ain't going to the AEW."
Yeah, they thought Edge was going to be the lower guy who never left. Of all people, Edge was the one they said never. Christian, Jericho, Edge was the one they said never. And look, and I'm gonna tell you this: Rollins is only one more leg injury away from being gone. I think he goes. You know who's gonna replace Rollins as the slimy, skinny heel, right? Logan Paul.
Fucking bullshit.
I'm telling you, Mike, you're gonna see Logan Paul going for that world title. Whether he wins, it's gonna happen. He's gonna be that. I'm telling you.
It's fucking terrible though.
He's gonna be that. Edge started that career of the skinny, slimy heel bastard. Punk did it for a little while after. You've had people that right now it's Rollins. I'm telling you, if they don't make a guy, it's good. Logan Paul's gonna be the next guy after Rollins in that role. I'm telling y'all.
Hey, Phil, did you drop the link?
I'm trying to just.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I can't do it. I can only do it.
Before we end the show, we have to talk about New Japan Round 1 Cup. We have to.
Okay, now here we go on my AEW rant. Y'all ready for this shit?
Yep.
Wait for fucking Jordan to get back.
Well, I'm smoking, so go ahead. I'm gonna listen to you.
All right. So the rant is this, and you're hiring all these people, and you have all these people there, and you're doing all these great things, and you're showcasing all these great wrestling matches, but people are pissed off because there's not a lot of story. You're telling stories now from New Japan whenever Gabe Kidd actually gave an actual promo while he was in New Japan about going and killing Darby Allin in AEW. Bring that over, and guess what you have? You have story. You should actually incorporate, in my personal opinion, because now you got all these dual contracts, and you should actually incorporate them with all the companies they're combined with, CMLL, New Japan, AEW. You could bring the stories together and make them come in to make it look more real, no suspense. Tsuji and fucking Newman can't stand AEW.
For some reason I can't do it. I tried it.
Huh?
They just keep getting links to like Facebook and stuff. I don't know why it's doing that shit.
Do what now?
I'm gonna try it again.
He can't get Phil can't get the link to work just like you couldn't to get Anthony in.
But my thing is, here you are, make the storylines make fucking sense. You already got one working with the dogs, and you already got Callum Newman hating AEW. You already got Tsuji hating AEW. You already got a couple of CMLL big time guys hating AEW because hell, their big titles are already held by AEW people.
Right.
So why not, in my personal opinion, make these fucking stories happen? It don't have to be on AEW television all the time. It could be in New Japan. It could be in CMLL. And then it can happen.
I like your idea, Mike, but there's a problem. You've got these people that live here that bitch saying, fuck Japan. We don't care about a pre-story. We want to see a story here. They don't care about the history. They don't want to. You have people that actually gripe about that on podcasts. I like the connection. They don't.
It's JD is one of those fuckers, and I say fuck JD.
He feels right. He all the time says fuck Japan. I don't care about them. I want to see it on my television in English on US Store.
He's a hypocrite. That's what he is.
Yeah.
Dude. If House of Glory had a story overseas, he'd tie you in on it.
Yeah, of course he would, because that's his promotion.
Yeah.
But my thing is this: I I don't care about all that. I want it to happen anywhere it can happen, and I want it to happen all the time because you have these stories and you can actually do this.
Yeah, Anthony.
Yeah, we got him. And
Can
then
you hear me? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me
yeah,
now?
we got you. We got you.
Well, I got
Mike,
bad news for you,
Mike. That it's funny you should say that. I said the same bullshit. I said the same shit for over 2 years, and these sickos for AEW have told me I'm not a fan of the company. I've said I don't care about if there's no substance to these great matches. What's the entertainment value?
Dude, and the sickos, and you got the pores, and you have the e drones, and you have the indie lights. You have all these people, man, and I call them people because that's what they are, but they're really, really fucking bad for wrestling because
They're idiots.
because the indie lights are like, oh, you don't like GCW, you're a fucking idiot. Or you don't like this, you're a fucking idiot. Yeah, the E zones, oh, WWE is the greatest thing ever, even though it's not. And then you had the AEW sickos saying, oh, this greatest wrestling on our television. Fuck New Japan, fuck CMLL. We don't need that shit. All we need is stupid wrestling. No, you have to have story, man. New Japan is telling stories. CMLL is telling stories. AEW can tell stories too. It don't have to be in an AEW ring because you got fucking partners to fucking do shit with. Use their platform for fuck's sake. Because
I hate to tell you because you see the Suji and Newman stuff. I think that's leading to a story, but it's leading to the obvious one, aka Forbidden fucking Door, not regular television.
And I know that.
Yeah, no, and this is where I think eventually, I guess I'm not sure if this is a right comparison. Eventually, CML is going to become to AAA, to AEW what AAA became to WWE is becoming to WWE. Where
That's why the top that's why the top CMLL guys are unsure. They're bitching. I mean, they're part playing the story, but they're also we don't want to be subjugated under WWE like AAA is. That's the worry with these guys from New Japan that are saying stuff and the CMLL. Some of it's story, but that's legit.
But the thing I'm having a problem with, in my personal opinion, is you can make such great stories. Do you remember whenever WCW had NWO in Japan and they were using Japan as a storytelling device and they'd bring it on Nitro, they'd bring it on Thunder. And
yeah, but they did it badly, dude. There's criticism.
Yes, I get it was done badly, but now you know the game plan.
But Tony Schiavone almost had to be strangled to say that Scott Norton was the he didn't even want to mention that he was the New Japan champ. Like they almost had to strangle him. Like he didn't want to give anything to New Japan.
Yeah, no, and Mike, and I feel in general, outside of hardcore guys like you guys, the American wrestling fans are in a bubble. They only focus on the North American companies.
He's right.
In general.
Mm-hmm.
He's right.
We're fickle, dude. I'm consider myself part of this. I'm part of the problem too. I'm not saying I'm 100% innocent in any of this because I have my flaws.
Me too. I admit I cause issues too.
Yeah, but I still respect the independence. I respect other countries. I respect the actual hell, dude. I'm more of a fan of Rev Pro in England than I am of some of the shitty companies here on the Gulf Coast.
Oh, sure. Rev Pro's great, man.
But what I'm saying, though, is the indies now are, most of them are going for cutthroats. They're trying to strangle out their competition. And if they don't realize it, they're not competition. If they come together, they could be a territory and they can actually make money together and produce shit because they can get some of the big stars like GCW does, like Wrestling Revolver does, like House of Glory does, and do great shit with them because guess what? It's all about making badass matches on the.
You're right. You're right. But you want to know
here's my 3 top indies in around the world. My first is Southern Fried Championship Wrestling with owned by Bull Buchanan.
Mm-hmm.
CCW down here in Florida because I can go to their shows sometimes because they're in West Palm Beach and Miami and stuff like that.
You can support yourself and show up.
Yeah, and also the one international indie I watch is ICW, Insane Championship Wrestling. Is that Scotland or Ireland?
I want to say that's in both because it's all together.
Oh no, not ICW. The company that Sheamus came out of. Uh,
Ooh.
him and Wade Barrett.
I can't think of the name, but I know what you're talking about.
Irish Whip Wrestling. Irish Whip.
Irish Whip, yeah.
And I used to like the company out of Germany. I don't think they're around anymore. The one that Gunther and Ilya came out of.
Oh, WXW? Yeah, it is.
Are they still around or?
Yeah, they're more of a deathmatch hardcore.
I haven't heard from them in years.
Are they like are they like Onita in Japan kind of?
The FMW style?
Yeah.
If you remember back in CZW, whenever
That's what I'd compare it to without the dumb stuff.
Yeah, it was more like
when Mox was there and Sami Callihan.
No, not necessarily. Well, Sammy was there, yes, but not Mox. Mox was already gone. Mox was already doing Dragon Gate and being transformed over from John Moxley to Dean Ambrose.
Boo! Boo!
Yeah, I know. I get it.
And guys, I'm not sure if you guys agree with this. I'm a Mox fan. When I look at his mannerisms in the ring, like his promos and mannerisms,
Cool.
to me, he's Terry Funk all the way. He's just Terry Funk. Am I off by saying that?
A little, in my personal opinion. I would consider him a mix between Terry Funk and Mick Foley.
But his promo style is not Mick. That's the problem. When you hear him,
he takes Stone Cold and takes elements of in-ring and things of Mick Foley and Funk, but he's like a combination of the three.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see a little bit of a Pillman and his unpredictable promos, kind of too?
That's I would call that.
I don't, because I feel like Pillman was truly a loose cannon, and I feel like Mox is predictable. He's like, I'm going to beat your ass. I'm going to beat your ass.
Lance Archer will be more considered a Brian Pillman, in my personal opinion.
Lance, really?
Yeah, because
Lance Hoyt, really? I'm shocked you would say that.
Because I mean, back in New
Brody
Japan, Brody is a teddy bear, in my opinion.
You know who I feel like you just was saying y'all were compare. Who you said you felt like Archer was like Mike?
I feel like he was more like Brian Pillman.
If I had to compare a modern day guy to Pillman, I'm gonna go Gabe Kidd on the mic. That's who I'm gonna go with.
On the mic, but I'm talking about in the ring.
Yeah, no.
I'm talking about old school Brody King. He reminds me a little bit of he's not that crazy, but there was times that he would get like violent, like Brody
Bruiser.
What was it? Bruiser, kind of like Bruiser.
I don't think there's anybody in modern day like Bruiser.
Bruiser was crazy.
One of the Wild Samoans reminded me of Bruiser, but I just don't think you have anybody. There's no one that could play that character today. That's just they tried to do it with Braun Strowman and it didn't work. It didn't work at all.
It's Brock Lesnar.
Oh, in the chat, I actually said this, Jordan, too. Like, I feel that the reason why Vince pushed Roman so hard also is he has fear for that family. To be honest.
Well, if you part of the Samoan dynasty, you get everything handed to you and a free anal tonguing if you're part of Samoans and you in WWE. You get everything.
Yeah, no, but you admit that you think Vince was scared of the Wild Samoans? That's
if anything to do with the Samoan dynasty anywhere in the history of WWE since Vince is in the company, you're treated you automatically get magic treatment.
Was that out of fear, or he respected the family in general?
It's to do even the mom that's still alive and all of that, and Rox she gets
respect.
Yeah, it's a respect thing, but it's also that something happened we don't know. Like, I'm not gonna say in the vein of when Kevin when Kevin Dunn saved the tape library on fire from the trunk, or his dad did, and Vince was like, "I'll do anything for you. You just saved my time." And he's like, "Give my son a job for life." You got it, pal. I don't think it's like that, but I think something happened where Vince gained so much respect for the Samoans that everybody gets treated good.
I believe it has something to do with the Superfly Jimmy Snuka shit.
Well, I mean, let's be honest, Vince did. It's proven Vince covered that up, and it's beyond. We're past. We're past what you call that.
Scandal.
No. When you go the
The
statute
ring
of
boy
limitation.
scandal.
Statute of limitation. We're past being able to. That's all been judged and tried. You can't do double jeopardy. But it's been proven that Vince got
Can
him
you
out of
guys
town and
explain to
covered
me
it up.
how
What?
Sonny fell so far?
Well, Sonny was just on a bunch of shit and drunk and killed a man. I mean, and it wasn't her first DUI, so they threw the book at her.
But
No,
going
I'm
back
saying
into
from when she retired, it seems like out of all the female wrestlers, she was the one that fell the furthest because you didn't hear that was Miss Elizabeth. You didn't hear that with
Elizabeth's dead.
maybe
partner.
China, huh?
Lex. I will say this.
Lex is responsible for Miss Elizabeth's death.
Yes, he is, and I think he's trying to atone for it every day of his life. But the reason Savage hid Liz for a reason and locked her away. He knew that the business was poison and didn't want her to. So people that he was so controlling. I said, yeah, look what happened when he went. All right, I love you, I respect you, but we're gonna go our separate ways. And look what happened. She fell right into the drugs, the abuse, and died with Luger she died of an overdose. She was on the pills, on all the shit.
1 year of Macho Man leaving her alone.
Well, they had been split. They had been split for a while, dude. Because when they did the marriage angle in WWE, they were already split.
China is the greatest. To me, China was underrated.
China is the greatest at what? China is the greatest at what?
She was good in the ring, dude. She was a great wrestler.
Dude,
I'm serious, dude.
I don't think so. I think
she was better than Sable, and she was better than what's her face, Eva Marie. That's all I'll give them. Now, no disrespect to
and
China
that's why I'm
as a
saying
person.
her and Jade had the same issue. They're never going to be a great wrestler.
He's right. He's right.
It's more about the character and the aura.
And yes, Triple H leaving her did break that woman, make her not give a shit, turn to the drugs, and go to porn, because that is on him for doing what he did to her. And him and Stephanie did go behind her back. He could have just said, "I don't want to be with you no more," before going with Stephanie. He could have done that.
Well, technically,
he could have been a man.
Steph was already sleeping with half of that roster. Let's be honest.
Stephanie was not at all that kind of girl, dude. I'm sorry.
No, man. There's been proof in whenever Macho Man, whenever she was a girl, Macho Man treated her like a daughter.
Yeah, he did.
And he protected her like he protected Miss Elizabeth.
Because he knew how the business was and how it could be. Savage was wild and unhinged, but he knew what that business was. That's why he did business, but he knew how Hogan was.
And he didn't want to be in
it. And the Undertaker did the same thing with Charlotte. Charlotte was her father left her at a bar. I think it was in like Korea or something like that. And Arn Anderson was pissed at Rick for doing that. And she was, I think she was just graduated out of high school. She was 19 and stuff like that.
18 years old. And Rick left her at a bar. And Arn Anderson took up for her. And then Undertaker took her back to somewhere. And
he told Rey Mysterio and I think Eddie to take her back to the hotel.
Yeah.
Which is all guys drunk. You could trust.
Because they were family guys.
Yeah, that's all guys you could trust.
I was like 18 when this happened. Yeah, so it makes sense. Yeah.
No, he actually no. If you watch the what's it called, 6 Feet Under with Charlotte, they actually tell the story.
Yeah, and believe it or not, dude. Wrestling is a dark business. It is a dark business.
Yeah.
And if you go back into the 70s and 60s, where Mad Dog Vachon and all these people, they were some serious fucking fucked up individuals.
Yeah, but no, I'm gonna say something right here. They were fucked up individuals, but guys like Mad Dog Vachon did not do what Jake the Snake's father did. That was bullshit.
Dude,
That dude was
guy-
going on the country.
I'll bring up someone you guys haven't heard about in a while. They
Phil,
did
we cannot.
dark.
Phil, you are so delayed sitting back there with your echo. We can't understand a word you're saying.
Yeah, no.
What I'm
I'll
saying
bring up
is-
someone that they did a dark side of the ring on. Pitbull.
Yeah, but
Like-
okay. Well, wait. You jumping all over the place. We're talking about right now. We talking about.
No, in terms of the dark side
What I
of
was
the
trying to
business.
say was,
go ahead, Phil.
I was trying to say is that I'm glad that Jake Snake's father's dead. He's a piece of shit.
Yeah, what was I can't think of his name, but they don't even use the daughter either. Jake's sister, Rockin' Robin. None of them took his name, but I can't think of his name. I know a guy that worked with him down here, and I said, "Dude, you better be careful about bragging about that dude in Modern Day Online." So he was a real piece of shit and an abuser. And you know what? I do believe that he killed the other daughter to shut her up. I do believe that. I believe he killed her and hit her. Jake and
His name was Grizzly Smith.
Yeah, Grizzly. I do believe that Grizzly killed Rockin' Robin's sister and Jake's sister. I do believe that. And Jake's stepmom was pretty fucked up too. Y'all have heard the whole story, huh?
Well, yeah, that ain't it, dude. What I mean by dark, like there's some dark sides of the rings that hadn't even been out yet. Like
Right.
there's some sick people, like pedophile sick people who work for
What
the
do you
WWE.
think? What do you think? What you call was doing?
A Grizzly was doing it.
Yeah, dude. He was so convincing, and so that he would convince these young girls' parents. They would let these underage girls leave with him. Oh, sure, I'll take care of her. I'll make her this and that. And bro, he was abusing all of them.
Just like Fabulous Moolah. Fabulous Moolah was
She's the two most interesting to me, but sad Dark Side of the Rings were those two because they're real and it involves abuse. And there was a string. Moolah's hit me the word. Moolah's held my attention because look at how many stages of abuse happened there. That went to one, that went to another, and then the guy Moolah. And what a sick fucking ring, man. Fucking bullshit.
Wait.
You had to
Moolah
go
got
through her.
raped?
She had such a lock on the women's business. If you didn't go through Moolah at that time, you didn't go anywhere in
You
her
didn't
era.
work, bro. You
Yeah.
didn't work.
Yeah, and so some of these girls did what they had to do to. I mean, what you talking about? Some fucked up shit.
Wendy Richter.
May. How about May?
Mae
Was she
Young
like
was
that,
actually,
or May was
no.
more of a?
No, May was
Sweetheart.
May was
May
not.
was
May
respected.
might have been friends with her in the ring and all, but Mae Young was not like Mae Young was not about. Mae Young was also before Moolah. You have to remember.
I went to a thing here in Alabama where it was a bunch of women, and they talked about the golden years of wrestling. Sherry Martel was there, and there was me and about 20 other guys there. And this happened in, I think, the late 90s, or no, it was early 2000s. And it was scary, man, because what they didn't talk about on the cameras was dark shit.
It's fucked up world for a woman in
And
the business back then.
Sherry Martel is one of the luckiest women to be alive, bro. Or at the time.
If anybody saw it all, it was Sherry Martel.
She
And-
talked about some dark shit, dude.
And she
had-
was very cool with so many of the guys, like not in a sexual way. Did anybody bring up her specialty meal she would make on the road, Mike?
Mm-mm.
They didn't talk about. Oh, then dude says the best thing. She would take these cans of stuff and mix all this. They were like, bro, everybody was running there to eat that.
Well, she was what she would talk about, man, because what she was saying is some of the women that never made it to television, never made it to a wrestling event, they would get pimped out to a certain promoters.
Yeah,
They would get pimped out to the promoter.
yeah.
Promoter would have their way with these young women and go, "Oh yeah, sorry about not putting you on the card. Maybe next time."
Yeah,
and then give her back to the dominatrix that was Moolah. And people are
Yeah.
like, she was not a dominatrix is being very nice. What I'm saying.
I know.
Madam.
But the man, madam is the right word. But let's not
Yeah.
forget the man Moolah was with at the time was
He was a
pushing up.
criminal, dude. He was a
He,
criminal.
he was running the whole ring above Moolah and doing all this shit. That I tell you, that one little girl on that dark side of the ring, I'm telling you, that was that dude's illegitimate child. I'm
Oh
telling
yeah,
you.
100%,
I'm
1,000%. I
telling
agree.
you.
100,000% agree.
That
And
that 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 child. That's all. Yeah, telling you.
and Fabulous
How
Moolah's daughter
women
is like,
survived back then is beyond me. Like that's what you guys are talking about. Is shocking how these women are alive now. Like women like Sharon Martel or how not Moolah, May
There you
Lass
go.
survived. To be honest,
Well, the era when, and you got to remember, May took over from, and your boy mentioned Queen of the Ring. That's your girl that Mae Young would end up beating.
Yeah.
Mildred Burke.
the Burke.
Yeah, Mildred Burke was the first woman to really wrestle like a man and get in there and wrestle. And she was the beginning of it all. Mae Young would take over from her, then Moolah would come in. So Moolah lasted forever in her years and years of reign of terror, literally. But May was before. Now May became friends with her, but I don't think she ever discussed all that because I don't think Mae Young would have been down with it. And remember when they had to change the name of the Moolah thing? Mae Young's name for the classic stayed. So
Mhm.
Mae Young
But
is
she couldn't.
she's safe.
Yeah,
Mae
because
Young's safe.
Moolah's all her, and that's the craziest shit ever. Like all her dark shit came to fruition after she
After
passed the woman.
after she was
And
dead.
it's like, what the fuck? Like, how did you like? That's a boogie bear fucking nightmare boogeyman bullshit, dude.
Well, look at Pat Patterson. We knew the basics from the old days if you knew how to dig and look. But the real shit about Pat didn't come out to. Remember that Legends House where they made him out to be the star and I
Oh,
did
dude.
it my way, big hero. After his death, all the shit came out about what he did.
They hit it, man. It's like, oh
Vince
no, we
hit
hide this anymore.
Vince covered again, just like Jimmy Snuka's murder that he covered for Snuka. He covered for Pat. They fired the other guy as a scapegoat, brought Pat back for the Ring Boy scandal. You had the other scandal. He hid Pat away because Pat was creative money for Vince, just
Oh
like
yeah,
the Royal Rumble.
oh yeah.
did
Vince
Vince have
covered
issues
Pat.
with Bruiser? That's why he didn't even investigate the murder.
For what? Who?
Bruiser. When Bruiser died, I think it was like 89 or like
Yeah, but that was down there in Mexico, and we know your boy
No,
stabbed him.
that happened in Puerto Rico.
no.
Yeah.
It happened in Puerto Rico.
That
Yeah.
was down there, and we knew that your boy killed him, and they were protecting their territory. And what are you gonna do at the time back in the day in Puerto Rico? You're not gonna do nothing you can do about. Ric Flair went over there to defend his title, and they said, "You ready, champ?" He went, pal. I'm losing this title tonight, and I'll take it back the next night. You seen these people out here? They're ready for blood in this crowd. Rick was like, and it was never recognized. Rick dropped that title to their guy and got it back the next. He's like, fuck this. I want to get out of here with my limbs attached and alive.
Yeah.
Yeah. Rick
Are
was like,
fans that
pal.
violent
I'm not
around
going
the world?
over.
Really?
What?
Oh, yeah.
What'd he say?
What you're describing, it seems like more than wrestling fans, it's like nut jobs.
No, in Puerto Rico in the day, they thought it was 100% real, like down south right here. They were ready. If their guy didn't go over, they were going to jump the ring and start stabbing and kill you, bro.
In New York City at Madison Square Garden back in the 60s, 70s, 80s, whenever you had Bruno Sammartino being the longest reigning champion. The reason why he was he is the longest reigning champion of all time is because if one of the heels went over Bruno at any time in that match, if you watch some of the old videos, you'll see people throwing shit in the middle of the fucking ring ready to bombard that fucking ring.
Yeah, but Puerto Rico was the most violent. There was nothing like it. They were ready to kill if their guy
Roddy
didn't
actually
go.
told the story before he passed away. I think it was when he beat. I think it was either Harley Race or somewhere in the South where he got stabbed because a fan actually stabbed him in the back or something like that.
Oh yeah, a Cornette's been tried to be killed. A bunch of them in the South, dude. It was real into the 80s. They were ready to do more than draw blood and beat you
Oh,
up.
yeah, I think someone pulled like a gun on. I think it was either Jerry King Lawler or Roddy Piper. Some old lady pulled a gun on Jerry King Lawler or Roddy Piper. I think.
That
Do
was
you
in
guys
Memphis.
actually believe the story that Roddy actually, that Harley actually burnt a ring, like a burnt,
No.
burnt down, or is that just an exaggeration? You think?
I'm gonna tell you no because I've done a lot of research on Harley, and when Harley all right, at one point Vern Gagne wanted Hogan to get them to, everything but die. All right, he offered Sheik. He said break his leg and I'll pay. Sheik went to Hogan and Vince and told them, and then they had the match where Hogan became the champ for the first time. Harley Race was the next guy he approached. Harley went up. Hogan was ready to shit his pants. He went up to Hogan sitting down in the locker room and he went on the shoulder. And Hogan was like, dude, I was scared for my fucking life, brother. Then he tells it. He's like, Harley just messed with him and walked away. And he was like,
Yeah,
I
he
thought
was
Harley
afraid
was
of
gonna he said, I thought Harley was gonna shoot me or
he
kill
was
me.
afraid of Harley. He was afraid of Rick Rude.
Yeah, he never would fight Rude. He was scared to death of Rude. Hogan never got in the ring with Rude for a reason. Neither and that's because he was
Yeah,
scared because Rude was the real
and he
deal.
brags about beating Andre, but by the time he faced Andre was past his prime.
Well,
you
dude,
would say.
that's in real life. Hogan gives nothing but praise to Andre for putting him over because he said if Andre didn't want to, Hogan says I didn't know if I was going over, brother. He said if Andre wanted to pin me, I had to shut up and get pinned. He says at the very last second, he gave me the signal to do this. They had practiced the slam, but he said Vince was like, "Don't worry about it. Don't worry." I talked to Andre, but he said, "Dude, I didn't know if Andre was really going to pass me the torch."
No. The reason why I brought up the whole ring thing is because Cornette was on his podcast, the Jim Cornette Experience. He was did a segment where it's the lies that Hogan told throughout his career, and one of them
Hogan
was
yeah.
one of them
You gotta
was
remember,
the one
dude,
I just brought up, where
wrestling
he said,
is a shoot, bro. Hogan lived the wrestling character in real life, so nothing had to be true. It's whatever you say, just like in a ring. Hogan did that in real life. Now there was times where he's legit, like I'm telling you about with Harley and all that. That was and I'm gonna tell you a story when him and Andre, and you won't hear Hogan say it. Well, he's dead now, but you wouldn't hear him say it. When Hogan and Andre practiced the slam, and you know how big Andre was, all right? So Andre's fingers were like that was like his first finger, all right? Hogan took his
he was way bigger than Big Show, or are him and Big Show the same size?
no bigger, way bigger, dude. Andre's finger was like my three together, right? Hogan went to pick Andre for the slam. Andre put his finger up Hogan's ass, and Hogan went, "What the fuck?" And he said, "Don't you drop me." And that's what he's like, you drop me, I'm gonna fuck you up. Hogan he put his finger in Hogan. Hogan will never tell you that, but it happened. Andre put his finger up Hogan's ass. He said, "Don't you drop me."
Jesus Christ!
Well, Andre had
That's
a
a
big,
weird image. That's a weird image.
Andre had a big, much like Vince with the poop jokes. Andre was always fighting, cutting. Andre was all about shit. Andre was the same humor as Vince, and he was from France.
This is the honest to God, truthfully. It was going down the road in the South. I ain't gonna say where, because Bobby the Brain Heenan, Gorilla Monsoon, were in a car, and they were driving beside Andre the Giant and who was with him? There was somebody else with him.
Was it King Kong?
I don't know, but Andre the Giant said, "Hey guys, how fun would it be for me to moon them?" And
Hey guys, how fun would it be for me to moon?
yeah, and they're like, "You're not gonna do it." And they said Andre the Giant's ass came out the window.
Surprised it went out the window.
And all you see is this giant man's ass. And they said Gorilla Monsoon and Bobby the Brain Heenan looked, and they were like, "What the fuck?" And they said that shit. They said that he would do crazy shit all the time, man.
It was always to do with shit, or he'd rip a fart, or that's why him and Vince, I think, got along. Not only was he big, but him and Vince had the same sense of humor. But yeah,
It was just
Andre
dick
was
and
always about doing like dirty like nasty shit. That was Andre.
And
And
whatever
if
he
you do,
did,
and he's not alive either, but if he would be alive,
And
you could ask Bobby Heenan and he would tell you all about it.
yeah, because Bobby Heenan was in on most of the jokes.
Well, also all the hate Bobby Heenan would throw to Hogan, they were
In real,
tight in real life. I promise
yeah,
you, they were
man,
tight in
yeah,
real life.
dude, yeah, because who do you think got? I mean, seriously, who do you think got Hogan in the damn WCW?
Yeah.
Heenan told, hey, Hogan's down the road, and then even Eric Bischoff was like, I knew Hogan was here, but I didn't know where he was at exactly on the lot, and then
He was filming Thunder in Paradise in the very next lot to where WCW the morning show worldwide was being filmed. He was right next door, and he didn't convince him first time. Eventually, Bischoff convinced him, but he was like, "Ah, brother, I think
What
I'm
year
done."
did I hope I'm thinking of the right time frame? Did the movie that he did the Rocky movie that he did it come around that same time, or was that a few years
way before,
earlier?
way
That
before.
was Thunder Lips in Rocky 3, man. That was like after his WrestleMania run, or around that, or right after.
That was where he got
Before
Mhm.
that was
No. WrestleMania. What was it? WrestleMania 1 happened around what? Rocky 3, wasn't it?
WrestleMania 1 happened in 85. Rocky 3 took place in
84.
Probably before 85.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I think it was in 84.
okay.
And because that's where they got the whole boxing match.
Oh yeah, Mr. T came across because they got tight in the Rocky movie. That's how Phil's right, because Hogan and T got tight, and that's when he was like, "Hey, I could bring in Mr. T if you want to do this Hollywood."
He got fired for doing the Rocky movie, remember, by Vince Sr.
Yeah.
Around 84, that's when Vince Jr.
hired him back.
And I think around 83, that's when Hogan was in AWA and everything. He was doing Rocky 3 in AWA.
But as we are getting close to 2.5 hours on our podcast, gentlemen,
Yeah, but it's been a good one.
it's been a great one. And thank you all for tuning in and hanging out with us. I do appreciate it. I love it. Without further ado, Jordan, you want to show some shit off?
I would like to, I'm taking a quick pause out here real quick. I got to take a leak, but I'd like to cover, we never covered I'd like to cover the night 1 of the New Japan Cup real quick.
Not night 1. You like to cover round 1 of the.
Yes, that. I got to piss.
We can't.
Can a tournament like can any of these American companies pull off a tournament like you see with New Japan, or are the fans in the United States very like they have short attention spans? They don't have the patience to sit through.
I don't think the American audience has the. It took me quite a minute to understand what was going on with all these tournaments that New Japan does. I don't think that the fans themselves have, and I'm not trying to be stupid about this, I don't think they have the intelligence to fathom what kind of tournaments that New Japan does, because everything's round robin. New Japan Cup is the only one that's one and done. Everything else is round robin.
The tag tournament.
Tag tournaments.
Americans, honestly, the only tournaments we like are the World Cup, because it's the instant and knockout nature of that tournament. I think the only Japanese tournament would be the New Japan Cup or the Super Juniors tournament, right? Is a Super Juniors single elimination?
No.
I love the Tournament of Deaths too, because it's the only thing about Tournament of Deaths is I wish that they had round robin tournaments for Tournament of Death, because instead of having one night of a tournament, the champion, this is that, I would love for it to be a month of deathmatch tournament or a month of death matches. I think that would be fucking phenomenal.
All right, a couple of things on what Tyler said. The first one that ever happened was in WCW. They did do a tournament, but it was all in one night. But it was a Japan. Jim Cornette's on the call saying, first time ever Japanese style tournament. And it was, they actually did one at a Starcade, and it was all around 89 and 90. They were trying to do these tournaments. Now, if you want to talk about modern day Phil and Mike can tell you. What was the tournament AEW just had based on like the G1?
Classic.
The Continental Classic was done in that kind of style, where points based and things
But
like
they
they had their
didn't
own rules, but
they didn't have enough wrestlers.
right. But so you have had those kind of and the guys. I did not get to see the whole thing. The guys said they enjoyed the Continental Classic and there were some upsets. They said it was a good tournament.
It's a great tournament. It just don't have enough wrestlers. You have what 16 wrestlers, and the G1 has what 24.
Well, one time,
I'm cracking up because Tyler just brought up Persephone, and I have a sinking feeling WWE has already had contact with her, and they're going to try to bring her because isn't that what happened with Stephanie Vaquer that she
Actually,
did shows with
Persephone already has a contract in
with
AEW and CMLL.
Yeah, she has two like a part contract in both. Stephanie Vaquer already had it in her mind in CMLL that WWE she wanted to be her home. So she went over there and did the match in AEW, but her whole ultimate goal was to go to WWE and make money. She's young. She did it right with her age and where she's going, and look at what they've done with her. She's making money. She's got the right plan, and she's still young and healthy. But she was like, I'm going where the big dogs are. And she did it right. And
no, that's what I'm saying. Just because Persephone has a WWE, I thought did that with a few of AEW's wrestlers where they were still under contract and WWE basically
that's hampering. You have to have a friend talk to a friend.
They were scouting them and waited till the contract was done. Is what I'm saying.
All the time. That's all the time. They were offering.
Do you think Persephone is a WWE female wrestler?
No. I think she's going to make her stay in AEW, CMLL, Stardom. That's where she's going to be.
I think if she does everything there is to do, and Tony Khan don't give her a pay raise after she becomes champ and top girl in AEW, I think she will entertain WWE offers. I would not.
Well, the reason why she didn't want to go to WWE because they both own AAA. She had a bad fallout with AAA.
Yeah,
I thought she had a. Was it her or Stephanie that had a bad fallout with Thunder Rosa?
I didn't hear that, but I know that Stephanie Vaquer was she was tired of CMLL.
Yeah, well, they don't pay you well at CMLL, and they're making more money this past year than they ever have. But CMLL was known. I got in a fight with a guy claiming, "Oh, I'm Mexican."
They're very cheap.
They're the lowest paying company there is CMLL.
AAA is a little bit better because WWE bought them. Before WWE bought them, they were lower than CMLL.
What I'm asking, there was a female wrestler that complained that Thunder, either it was Stephanie or it was what's it called? Persephone that always complained that Thunder was very stiff.
No, for Stephanie is very young, very new. We could tell she's going to be the it girl and she's moving up. I don't think it would be her because she would have been around long enough, right, Phil?
It had to be Stephanie.
I don't think it's Persephone either because
Persephone wants to work with everybody.
Yeah, I don't, and she's.
Oh, maybe
CMLL wants to make her. What? CMLL wants to make Stephanie there. Before they want to make her there. You could tell they've got her and what's your girl's name, Phil? The other one at the top right now in the new crowd in CMLL. Say it again.
Huh?
No, not Amazon.
The bodybuilder chick.
No, not her. There's another girl in CMLL that you could tell, like Stephanie, they want to move up.
Catalina.
Yes,
Catalina.
Yeah, two great young girls that have a great future.
I like the bodybuilder chick a lot better than Catalina, to be honest. Do you know?
Yeah, me too.
I like Catalina because
I like her.
She's from the same country that Stephanie Vaquer
Chile.
is from. She's younger than Stephanie Vaquer.
Yeah, all right.
She also has this rivalry with Persephone, and they're both young. They both.
Oh, you know what it is? I think
that's your Shawn Michaels and Bret Hart. Well, I don't know with Stephanie getting the AEW deal, which I don't like, but if that wouldn't happen, that was CMLL's new Shawn Michaels and Bret Hart. Those two.
Catalina and Persephone?
Yeah, easy. You could. I watched that women's pay-per-view, and short of them focusing on Thekla and Julia Hart, the AEW girls, and Sky Blue, I think, and short of them in the match, you could tell that their two women was their two future women. You could
Well,
tell.
I think maybe I'm thinking of AAA because Thunder Rosa was in AAA before she went to
Yes,
AEW,
she
and I
was.
think it was a champion. It was a current champion for AAA. What's her name?
La Flamer or whatever it is.
Flammer.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Lady
Flammer
Flamer.
always used to complain that, like a lot of the women there complained that Thunder was not stiff, but she kind of would purposely. I'm not sure how
Right.
they say it was in Spanish, but they would complain that she was stiff, very stiff to the
Oh,
point where it would
she's
injure
stiff.
people.
She's stiff as hell. And the main thing about Thunder Rose is you bitch at her, she don't take no shit. She'll go after anybody. But let me read this chat real quick. AWE, I think he means AW, has the women's wrestling market monopolized. Sasha Banks. Actually, they don't because and almost all those names you name come from the top women's company, which is Stardom. Like no one can fuck with Stardom, but Tony Storm comes from there. Sasha Banks went over there. Jamie Hayter's had a few matches over there.
Statlander.
I don't think Statlander ever. She's too green. She would have to learn some stuff before they'd have to work with her. But Stardom is like the gold standard of women's wrestling. They don't. They sometimes they make more money in New Japan. There's a reason they're as good as they are, and so many people come from over there. But you talk about a great you have a board. Watch some Stardom. You talk about, and as the matches go, they get better and better, and then you get to the main event. It's just like holy balls.
Who's the other female company? And I know they're Stardom.
You talking about the one that Rossi when he left Stardom and went
Joshi?
Start?
Is it Joshi?
No, Marigold.
Marigold.
Now you do have TWJP with the women. You do have that as well, but the newer one is Marigold, and that's because Rossi was under the table feeding women to WWE like Julia and Stephanie Vacour as well. All those women come from Stardom. All those somebody mentioned Mariah May. That's all
Yeah,
Stardom. That's
yeah.
Thekla. That's all Stardom women. That's all the number one women's wrestling company. All of those women.
All
And
right, hold on. Time out. There's something I want to say.
what do you mean timeout? You just sat back down. I'm
Damn
gonna give you a hard time, motherfucker.
Damn it. Tyler has said that WrestleTix has, according to WrestleTix, AEW has already distributed 7,960 tickets for Double or Nothing pay-per-view. And the general all sales started only Monday, which is yesterday. This Louis Armstrong Stadium will be packed this May.
I need you to give me I don't know where Louis Armstrong. Where's the location of Double or
New
Nothing?
York. New York.
Well, you know what? For one, good for them, and two, if it's against WrestleMania, I don't blame them.
Well, it's in May.
But Louis Armstrong Stadium is not a big stadium, so I'm not
No.
shocked that it's going to be sold out.
What's the
I hope it
capacity? 15,000?
Hold on,
20?
I will tell you.
I think they're maybe 10,000. Like,
Well,
It's not a
AEW
big-
needs to start booking smaller venues because they're wasting money, and these big venues they have to block them half off, quarter off. They need to book smaller venues and pack them because their whole idea
they need to
is.
do what early TNA used to do.
They've been doing that, Jordan.
I know they need to keep doing it.
14,000 to 14,000.
All right, I said 15,000. I was closest. Damn it! Everybody, fuck off.
Yeah, that's still pretty big, though, man. If you think about it,
That's a basketball arena. That's a
that's pretty
basketball
big.
arena.
That's pretty big. It ain't small. It's pretty fucking big. Because TNA can't even sell out the fucking what is it called? We're going to
My
Alhambra,
foot up somebody's ass. The Alario Center.
the Ilario Center. There it is.
Which, for people that don't know, this is not a wrestling venue. You go to the Alario Center like it's the gun show or a boat show. That they don't even have Comic-Con in this fucking place. They don't.
Wow.
Yeah, no, and I can't remember when WWE does their anniversary show for Raw, where they do the Manhattan Center and Madison Square Garden. Do they sell out that Manhattan Center?
Oh, it's smallish. The Manhattan Center's small as shit, dude.
Okay. We tell you how big TNA is, man. They're supposed to be the number 2 company in the world.
Now, who says who? Says who?
says the stupid TNA marks that says TNA is going to be the greatest show on face of this earth. All right, so the Lario Center is in West Wego, Louisiana.
Not the city, not New Orleans. The ghetto's right across the street. Pew pew. I know. I live here.
All right, the capacity of the Alario Center is 2,400 people. That's 2,400 people in capacity. 2,400 people, and they can't even sell that motherfucker out for sacrifice.
I've been saying this. I think I've been saying this, Jordan, Phil, and Mike, for 4 weeks. I think WWE is going to wait till I think they're going to try to clear out all of that mess from Anthem, including Silva, and put their own people in.
I agree with you. When it gets bad enough, they're gonna be like, "Oh, we'll bail you out, yeah, and we'll buy that tape library and take you over too, my darling," with a knife.
And it's not going to be anywhere near the amount of money that WCW was worth.
Oh, indeed not. Indeed not. But I'll tell you where it would benefit WWE, that TNA tape library with stars they have had, like Samoa Joe, like an AJ Styles, all of the
Bobby
years
Roode.
Christian Cage went over there, the Dudleys,
Rhino,
Paul and Nash,
Jeff Jarrett.
all right, yeah, you and your Jeff Jarrett, this dude right here. Yeah, he's a nice guy in real life, but hey, as a wrestler, he was a fucking prick, bro. Come on.
And I have to say this: Jarrett is overrated.
Oh man, fuck you guys, man. Jarrett is not overrated.
Jarrett's guitars were overrated too.
All right, slap nuts.
Hey, wait, you better hope I don't introduce you to my partner at the lake, because not only will you be a stranger, he'll want to fight you, he will call you every other word. He will call everyone slap nuts to this day. He calls everyone slap nuts to the he kept that. He kept that shit, and to this day, so everybody's all like, "What's up, slap nuts?" Every time they see him.
Every time I hear that, I'm like, is Jeff trying to tell us that he's in the closet or something? Every time I hear it.
Dude, believe it or not, before his wife passed away, he was the most. He still is. He is a family man, dude. And
in real life, Jarrett is. If you listen to this podcast with Conrad, he is a cool dude. But if you watch from WWF, WCW, everything, he's an aggravating ass heel, and you're like, "Get off my TV." You want the T-shirt? Get off my TV.
Yeah. But I love Jarrett, man. I was always a big fan of Double J, J-E, J-A.
All right. We don't need to hear it. Yeah, slap nuts.
See, out of the heels in WCW, Jarrett wasn't my favorite. Actually, my favorite heel of that whole company was actually Rick.
Yeah.
Ric Flair?
When Rick would be a heel, yeah.
No, Rick Steiner.
Rick
You mean Scott Steiner. Big Papa Pump.
Big Bad Booty Daddy. Steiner math.
Do you think they're going to try to make Braun into Steiner math?
Not at all, because they would have.
Scott's personality.
They want that cut. They didn't even use the last name. They don't want him. They let him show up one time, and all that. But nah, they want a different. They want a different.
After that disaster of did you see the? I felt bad for Scott. Did you see their induction ceremony?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Steiners.
Yeah.
Scott was I'm not sure if the steroids finally caught up to his brain or something like that. He was stuttering a ton during that.
Dude, he's been doing that since the 90s. Let me tell you something.
Yeah, I don't think it's the steroids. I just think and when he would talk, he would just make random shit would come out. I just don't think he thinks. He just tries to. He's more of an athlete than a brain. He's not a mathematician. All right, we all know this.
There's a third chance, about a 66 chance that you ain't gonna do shit.
They're trying to bring his son, Scott's son, into WWE now too.
Yeah, after his football career. Yeah, that's 100% true. And that's a big boy too, man.
I have never seen images of his. I didn't know he had a son.
Yes,
I've never seen images.
Big horse, bro.
I know Braun Breaker is Rick's son. I know that.
He even looks like Rick, but he has a physique of Scott.
And I mean, if we're gonna be honest, Rick and Scott were two of the legit tough dudes back. You didn't fuck with unless you was a main eventer. They fucked with you. And Rick and Scott were notorious for shoving markers and sharpies up everybody's ass. That's actually what they were known for in the locker.
Dude, why do you think they didn't last long in WWF?
Yeah, but in WCW, the only people they pretty much didn't fuck with was like Flair and Ming Haku and
Well,
Rick
they
Rude.
didn't really
And
fuck with
Rude.
Heat either. They didn't really fuck with Booker T and Stevie Ray. They
actually kind of liked them. They got along, you know. But,
Yeah,
but
Because
did-
I have a question. What I can't remember. Was it Booker or Stevie that had a martial arts background, like a
Booker T.
semi martial?
Booker.
Stevie Ray
Booker.
was legit. Stevie Ray was, if you don't know the story behind them, Stevie Ray was a legit freaking gang member.
Yeah, and Booker was actually jailed when he was young for theft and all. He was in a bunch of, and he attributes wrestling to turning his life around.
He really
Yeah,
does.
and I've said with Trick Williams at his peak, if he pans out all the way through,
Guys,
he's
this
gonna
is
be
like 1
Booker.
a.m., man. I gotta get going.
All right, Phil.
Have a good day, Phil.
Have a good night. And also, you're doing life wrong. You're not watching Ringside
Yep.
Rants, brother.
All right, later, Phil.
Love you,
He
brother.
just keeps eating him.
Go eat you something. Stay awake. Go watch TV.
Okay. Well, what I was saying is, at his peak, if everything pans out with Trick, he's gonna be Booker. If it doesn't pan out all the way, but he's gonna be Stevie Ray.
No. Neither one, in my personal opinion. Trick Williams is, in my personal opinion, he is a watered down version of MVP.
Yeah.
What? Really? Why don't you see? But you don't.
I don't see
athletics-
Trick Williams as a main event top guy at all, dude.
And they put
Even
him in that
a
stupid
heavyweight
elimination
title?
chamber. No. They put him they put him in the elimination chamber so green, so new, and you could tell, bro, it scared the living bejesus out of him.
They're giving him a shot to run with. They're giving him a ball to run with.
And
It's a ball, not the ball, but he's having trouble dribbling down the court.
and dude, if you watch
You
the
think
gas
Carmelo's
chamber-
more Booker and Stevie than anything?
He
Who?
makes
Personality?
he's saying Carmelo Hayes, Mike.
Carmelo Hayes has more of an upside to him than Trick Williams ever did. Carmelo Hayes, to me, I wouldn't consider a Booker T. I would consider him more of Elite Skipper,
Yeah.
more athletic.
Yeah, that's a good comparison there. Not bad.
And
You
his
know,
technical-
actually, you say Elick. You know who he reminds me of? A little bit of Jay Lethal.
I think Jay
Young Jay
Lethal.
Lethal.
I think Jay Lethal would love to be considered in that category, and that's Jay Lethal to me,
Is underrated.
dude. He's so
He wasn't in the right company at the right time.
dude. Jay Lethal, watching him work out, watching him go over his moves and stuff, it was crazy, man. It's like watching
Jay
kind of-
gave a shit about his profession.
Jay Lethal, watching him walk around backstage in TNA, man. It was like watching a performer, a one-man act, because he didn't know what his opponent was or going to do at the time before they went over the match, and he would go over the match in his head before he could talk to his opponent, and then they would work out and they would gel just so well together. He, to me, is a modern day Macho Man.
Yeah,
Actually, Tyler maybe has a good comparison for Trick. Ernest the Cat Miller.
Dude, Ernest Cat, yeah, they both suck.
Huh?
Well,
I'm not a fan of Ernest.
Ernest Miller was a legit
Somebody
martial
come on.
artist. The reason he
In
got
terms of the athleticism,
the reason Ernest Miller got hired was because he was actually, what was Bischoff's son name, Mike?
Oh shit, Garrett.
Garrett.
He was actually his martial arts teacher, and Eric met him. And you know, Eric Bischoff has a martial arts background, and he was impressed that Ernest Miller could do the kicks and make it look more legit. You know how you have to to fake a kick, you gotta be shitty or you hurt somebody. he was impressed with the way Ernest Miller did his kicks. So that's actually why Eric hired Ernest Miller.
Is that why Steve Blackman too got hired, because he made
that
everything look
different
legit?
company, brother?
Hold on. Steve Blackman is a legit black belt in everything. That motherfucker will.
Yeah,
Dude, he
Blackman
was a loose cannon. He was a
Bla-
loose cannon.
Blackman was in WWF. You got to remember, Ernest Cat Miller was before him in WCW.
No,
And
what I'm saying in terms of the making the move, you're saying Ernest made everything look legit. That's why
The
I'm
kicks,
asking. Would
the
you say
kicks.
Steve Blackman was the same way in WWF?
Steve
no,
Blackman was perfect. Was nice looking with sticks waving around, but Steve didn't really.
he didn't have.
Steve was more of the tough guy act because he really could destroy you in a ring if he wanted to.
Well, if you go back and watch one of the Raws where there was a fan that came in the ring and they pinned him down on the ground, that was Steve Blackman.
Yeah,
Who's
he
winning
was a
a
legit
real
tough guy.
legit fight, him or Ken Shamrock?
I wouldn't want to fuck with either one of them.
There's a reason they had them paired up for a little while,
Dude, I wouldn't want to fuck with either one of them.
especially in their prime. But yeah,
No.
Shamrock's an MMA pioneer, one of the early ones, and Blackman was just you don't fuck with Blackman. You didn't fuck with him. If you got stupid with, he's one of the people JBL didn't fuck with. Let's put it like that.
He did, and he got his ass beat by.
Yeah, that why he was stupid. JBL fucked up, but you don't fuck with Steve Blackman.
Either not. We talk about Ken Shamrock, but people forget about Dan DeBee Severin.
That's
He
another
was
man.
he was in WWF before Shamrock.
No, you got that backwards.
When Jim Cornette did the whole NWA angle and Severin had all the titles, he brought in Severin. Remember when they tried to do a fake NWA? Jarrett was. That's how Jarrett got brought in. Jarrett got brought in with Cornette, NWA, with the whole JWE, all of that, and Blackman. Not Blackman. Fuck. Look what y'all got me saying, Blackman. Now you fuckers.
Dan DeBee Severin, yes, but Dan DeBee Severin
And the Rocket, not the Rock and Roll, the Midnight Express, or the New Blackjacks. He was man. Who Cornette had a tag team with him. The NWA thing flopped.
The
real
New
quick.
Rockers?
No, it wasn't the new. No, because Cornette used to manage his boys, but no, I want to say it was the New Blackjacks.
wrong.
No,
All right. The NWA invasion in WWF was a storyline began in 1997 when Vince McMahon sought to revive the NWA's influence in WWF.
trying to make a fake NWO to hang with. That's what he was trying to do.
Jim Cornette, an NWA mainstay, brought the NWA titles with him, and the NWA stable was formed. The storyline involved Jeff Jarrett, but Jeff Jarrett was already in WWF. Jeff Jarrett defeating Blackjack Wyndham to win the NWA North American title after Cornette interfered, and shortly thereafter they were joined by the Rock and Roll Express.
It was the Express, okay.
Yeah. The NWA
It was
World
Cornette's
Tag Team
enemies that he managed.
Yeah, the NWA World Tag Team Championship was awarded to the Rock and Roll Express. And
Was that Gordy? Terry Gordy?
Terry
No.
Gordon? No. That's
That was what you call the Rock and Roll Express, the big
Morton
team.
and
Ricky Morton and
Robert Gibson.
Yes, Robert Gibson.
Okay.
And was awarded to the Rock and Roll Express by Jim Cornette, and they defended it a couple of times against other jobber teams. However, the storyline was met with indifference from the casual wrestling fan of the day,
Yeah,
leaving the NWA titles and the storyline largely forgotten.
It was old, worn out shit, trying to create an NWO to go against WCW, just like Vince Russo with his gang wars. It just wasn't. He was not going to create that magic the NWO had. He was not going to do it.
Yeah, and this is it was terrible because he brought in Dan DeBee Severin with all the titles.
Yeah, didn't Dan have like 9 titles or some shit?
Well, yeah, but they didn't mean shit.
No, well, neither did Sasha Banks's 12, 13 she just had. So fuck that, you know.
Well, the reason hers meant something, she wrestled people. They gave him them titles.
Yeah. They threw a bunch of titles that aren't even active anymore, I think, on him.
The Midnight Express, Bombastic Bob, and Bodacious Bart, which was Bob Holly and Bart Gunn. That was fucking terrible.
Yeah, WWF was in a bad place at that. They didn't really get out of it till 97 was the building year. 98 they started to see the progress. 99 is when WWF and Attitude Era turned gold, and WCW fucked up in '99.
Yeah.
Was that leading up into the stupid FUMB thing with Hogan and
That was in 2000, man. And I actually liked the New Blood thing when Hogan was a real character. No more. Let me tell you, brother, and he was real, driving the black mustache. They should have kept Hogan like that. They should have kept
So
him like that.
this right here is the NWA angle. These are all the people that were in it. Jim Cornette came in December 30th of 97, left August 14th, 98. He was the leader. Jeff Jarrett came in December 30th, 1997, left March 2nd, 1998. Ricky Morton, January 12th. Robert Gibson, January 12th of 98. And they both left March 17th, 1998. Barry Windham, January 19th, 1998, left.
That's true. Wyndham was there for a minute before, because after Wyndham left, Rap is Crap, he would join Kurt Hennig in '99 in WCW.
And then Barry Windham left on May 16th, 98. Bombastic Bob and Bodacious Bart both came in on March 17th because they're the ones who beat Ricky Morton and Robert Gibson, and they left
Some of
August.
those names are ridiculous.
Bodacious Bob.
Bodacious Bart. Yeah, they both left August
Ridiculous.
14th of
Ridiculous.
98. They were the last two members of the founding of the NWA stable. They left when Jim Cornette left. And then Dan to be Severn, March 30th of 98, left April 14th, 1998.
Did he leave right when the Brawl for All when he quit?
He quit the whole fucking company, bro.
Yeah, but well, he quit. What your boy said about they wanted him to put the 66s on his head, that's true. But did he, when Severn left WWF and quit, was it when he was like, I'm done with this Brawl for All shit, I don't want to get injured for, did he, was that isn't that when he left altogether?
Dude, he didn't even, I'm going back to.
He did one match. He did the one match and won and said, dude, I'm not doing this.
Didn't Bart Gunn almost kill JBL in that?
He didn't kill him, but he knocked him out.
Yeah. So Severn in 95 was part of the National Wrestling Alliance. So this is legit. NWA World Heavyweight Champion from 95 to 99. Severn entered the National Wrestling Alliance in 95, making his debut for the governing body at an event of January 6th, defeating Johnny Johnson in a wrestler versus boxer match. February 24, Severn defeated Chris Candido to capture his first NWA World Heavyweight Championship at a Smoky Mountain Wrestling, which Smoky Mountain Wrestling was one of the first independents that was folded to WWE.
Which Candido was either Skip or whatever in WWF before he went to Smoky Mountain.
He was Skip. It was Skip and Sonny, and it was Skip, Zip, and Sonny, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, wait a minute. I might have that wrong. They went to ECW. Then he left ECW, went to Smoky Mountain, right? Then then WCW before the end.
Yeah, and then he went back to ECW.
Yeah, but then after WCW?
Yeah. Chris Candido left and went back to ECW until it folded. And when it folded, he went to TNA. And then he died.
I didn't remember him in 2000, 2001 in ECW.
I thought Candido went to New Japan for a little bit too, didn't he?
Yeah.
I missed that. But
Yeah,
I wasn't watching New Japan at the time.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he died in 05, dude. He died in TNA.
Yeah. I know he died pretty early on, but
yeah, Smoky Mountain from 92 to 95, and his championship reigns were 92 and 94. It was Candido and Sitch, billed as Tamara Fitch, were signed by Jim Cornette for a Smoky Mountain Wrestling promotion in 92. Between the September and November of 93, Candido won the SMW United States Junior Heavyweight Championship on 3 occasions, traded the title with Bobby Blaze. He went on to win the SMW Beat the Champ Television Championship in December of 93 and again in July of 94. 94, Candido won a tag team with Brian Lee, which we all know who that is, who sucks. With Fitch managing the duo.
Was that Crush? Was Brian Lee Crush in the Disciples of Apocalypse?
No. That was, you're thinking of Ron and Don Harris, and then the other one was Brian Adams, wasn't it?
Yeah. Well,
because Clark, because Clark was Wrath. He was already in WCW.
He was the fake Undertaker.
Yeah. Yeah, Brian. Yeah.
Yeah, Brian Lee was the fake Undertaker.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and Candido and Lee defeated Rock and Roll Express to win the SMW Tag Team Championship. They held the titles until August 5th, 1994, when they lost back to the Rock and Roll Express. And then Candido and Lee regained the titles the next day, but lost them for a second and final time. Following the second loss, Fitch fired Lee and began exclusively managing Candido. Now, he was also NWA World Heavyweight Champion from 94 to 95 when he beat the 10-man tournament, defeating Al Snow, Dirty White Boy, Tracy Smothers.
Tracy Smothers.
Which, to win the NWA World Heavyweight Championship, where had been vacated by Shane Douglas in ECW that August when Douglas won it in a separate tournament.
Who's Dirty White Boy? I never heard that person before.
Dirty White Boy, that was Daryl W. Anthony. He's retired now. He wrestled in the NWA in the southeastern United States.
Also got to mention that Candido and Bigelow were with Shane Douglas as the second generation of the triple threat.
Yeah, Shane Douglas.
I heard that name before until you said that. That name. I remember a story that the Undertaker tells on his 6 Feet Under podcast that him and Charles Martin or whatever his name, Godfather.
You're thinking of Godfather?
Yeah, they would go on they would do the trip from Memphis to like Florida and stuff like that, and they always would go with Dirty White Girl and Dirty White Boy and stuff like that.
I was like, Dirty White Girl, where?
Candido formed a tag team with Boo Bradley, a parody of the Kill a Mockingbird character, Boo Radley, and Smokey and the NWA. And at Christmas Chaos on December 28, 1994, Candido attacked Bradley after they lost a bout to Tracy Smothers and Cactus Jack. And a controversial
Tracy Smothers again, damn it.
I love Tracy Smothers, bro.
Wait, is Smoky Mountain Wrestling the company that
Cornette?
No, I know that Cornette
NWA.
ran, but am I thinking of the right company that ends up becoming like the company that
I know what you said.
The
training
produce all these joke gimmicks.
Oh, joke gimmick? You thinking about she's talking about Chikara.
Oh no, it was a company in the South that what's his name? Carl Anderson and Luke Gallows talk about all the time. It's down here in the South. I think it's Smoky Mountain. They said
Smoky Mountain was up north. I mean,
they went in the north. They were in the Carolinas.
No, more north for me.
Yeah, but they're in the Carolinas, still south, man.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Eastern Championship Wrestling, Candido worked there, and he formed a stable called the Suicide Blondes with Johnny Hotbody and Chris Michaels, wrestling under the Freebird rule. And they had 2 stints as ECW Tag Team Champions. Tony Stetson and Larry Winters, they defeated them and lost the titles to the Super Destroyers in the same evening. And then he went to work at WWF in 95 to 96 as the Body Donnas.
Yeah.
Skip and Sonny.
Hey, I have to go, guys. Thanks for having me on.
All right, brother. Be good.
Have a good night.
You too, brother. Just yeah, man. I mean, dude, that's crazy, bro. And then let's see, he went to ECW after he left WWF. He went to ECW. And he formed a triple threat with Shane Douglas and.
But he was in the second version of the triple threat, because the original triple threat was it Benoit and Oh no, it wasn't. It was Benoit and Malenko. Or Eddie. No, it was Benoit and Malenko, and the original triple threat had Benoit and Malenko.
Yeah, it was Shane Douglas, Benoit, Malenko.
Yeah, and the one we all know the best was the longest lasting was Bam Bam and Chris Candido.
And they also reinformed that triple threat in WCW.
Yeah, that did happen.
Yeah. And in 96, approximately a year after his return to ECW, Douglas and Francine formed an alliance with Chris Candido and the man for hire bulldozer Brian Lee. And in January of 97, January 97 at House Party, they formed and dubbed themselves a triple threat. Douglas held the ECW Television Championship but sought to regain the ECW World Heavyweight Championship in early '97. A masked man who displayed the mannerisms of Rick Rude began stalking Francine. At ECW's first pay-per-view event, Barely Legal, the man was revealed to be Brian Lee, who was kicked out of the Triple Threat for betraying Douglas. Bam Bam Bigelow joined the group shortly after when Douglas introduced him as his tag team partner for a match at Chapter 2 in May of '97. Douglas lost the ECW World Television Championship to Taz, but won the ECW World Heavyweight Championship at Hardcore Heaven.
Yep.
Rick Rude eventually was persuaded by Shane Douglas to align with the Triple Threat. Rude
For
promoted
like a show or a week.
Rude promoted Chris Candido in his match against Taz at Hardcore Heaven in '97. Rude then began selecting Douglas's opponent to help Douglas become the greatest world champion in ECW. However, this turned out to be a ruse when Rude selected Triple Threat member Bam Bam Bigelow as Douglas's next opponent. Bigelow then challenged Douglas for the title and won, but forfeited his membership in the group in the process. Lance Storm took his place, but his tenure in the group was short-lived. Storm and Candido would win a tag team championship in December. However, the two did not get along with each other, leading to Storm being kicked out of the team in January of '98. Bigelow was readmitted to the group by helping Douglas defeat Taz.
And Lance would go on to do the Impact Players with Just Incredible and Dawn Marie and all of that and Jason.
Dude, that was ECW had so much good shit.
Oh, not 98 was 98, 99. I know the best because I watched everything, but yeah, ECW was on fire at that point.
And then they had the new Triple Threat in ECW in later '98 when RVD, Sabu, and Taz teamed up to form the new Triple Threat. They
That
wrestled.
don't even make sense because you ain't even got Shane Douglas.
They wrestled Shane Douglas, Candido, and Bigelow at November to Remember on November 1st, '98, and were able to defeat them. The new Triple Threat then disbanded due to Edner dissension.
Yeah, it was only for that. That's because November to Remember '98. Yeah, that it was real quick. It was
In the
real
Revolution
quick.
in WCW in '99, the three original members again teamed up, joining forces with Perry Saturn and Asia to form the group The Revolution.
Yep.
And then Douglas, Candido, and Bigelow in WCW in 2000. Douglas, Candido, and Bigelow were briefly reunited in a group together in WCW despite not using the name Triple Threat.
Yeah,
They imitated the mannerisms of the group. The group was disbanded shortly after when Candido left WCW. And then they reunited in XPW in 2002. Triple Threat reunited as Douglas, Lizzie Borden, and Supreme and went by the name the Irish Guys and Gals. They three dominated the singles division in XPW when Douglas holding the XPW World Heavyweight Championship and Supreme holding the XPW King of the Deathmatch Championship. Douglas would feud with Candido in XPW until XPW folded in 2003. And then Douglas, Candido, and Bigelow and Jersey All Pro Wrestling reunited just show just 1 year before Candido's death in 2005. And then the new Triple Threat in TKW, which was formed on 10/14/20, with Shane Douglas reformed the Triple Threat on a Total Chaos Wrestling event in Taylor, Michigan, with Dread King Logan and Mitch Hewitt. Three members of the Triple Threat died in a 3-year span from 2005 to 2007. First, on April 28, 2005, Candido would die of a blood clot from foot surgery. Then on January 19, 2007, Bigelow would die of heart disease and an overdose of cocaine. And on June 24th, Benoit killed himself after strangling his youngest son Daniel and his wife.
Important side note: Bigelow went into a burning house and saved a child's life before his death.
Yeah, but he did die of heart disease and an overdose of cocaine.
Yeah, but he did suffer like 2nd-degree burns and went in a house and saved a kid's life. So hey, to me, he didn't kill nobody. He saved a life and he killed himself. So I'm not too upset about Bigelow. Didn't do nothing to nobody.
No, he never did.
He did it to himself.
I remember Bigelow being in the movie Major Payne.
I loved Bam Bam Bigelow as a kid.
Dude, Bam Bam Bigelow was awesome in that movie Major Payne. Did you ever see it?
I remember the movie, but I don't know if I ever saw that, man. I wasn't a big movie guy at the time.
Oh man, that shit was hilarious.
You know what we still haven't covered an hour later is the fucking New Japan Cup. And now that Phil in here, we can talk about it.
Hell yes, dude. We could spoil the fuck out of this shit.
I've been waiting on you.
God almighty, dude. All right, so last night was the very first beginning of round 2 of the New Japan Cup.
Well, wait a minute. First of all, we haven't talked about any of the matches from round 1 yet. Did we ever talked about anything?
Well, there was some that was lackluster and some that were really good.
I don't know about lackluster. I mean, yeah, Fale is Fale, but everything else wasn't lackluster to me. Maybe you upset with one or two of the HOT interferences.
Yeah.
Well, but I mean that's part of what happens, dude. And if you're mad with that, you're gonna be real mad when Narita comes back out.
I'm not worried about the HOT. I like show. Okay, I like show. Dick
Yeah,
to go,
I like Show too. Show's great.
but Dick to go is terrible.
Yeah, well, how Dick to Go still has a job after Evil left is beyond me, bro. Because
And
he was not in the company until Evil turned and went and left LIG and
that
went
was.
and
Oh, I'm sorry to cut you off. That is true, Tyler. That is very fucking true. Yeah, the video of Saturn's story about punching Bigelow in the eye and then having to work with him the same night. That was fucked up.
well, I mean, it happens, you know.
Dude, I can hear you pissing.
Oh, my bad. Trying to talk to you. You're supposed to be talking about these matches and you stop.
Well, yeah, you shouldn't be pissing.
Well, bro, hey, I'm right here by the road where the cars pass. I don't care. I legit don't care. I will fuck somebody up and piss them out, bro, if I don't like them. I legit don't care. I'm right here off the highway, right out my front door. I do not care, bro. I give no fuck.
No, why, dude? Wow. We're not gonna get banned for this shit. I don't know what we'll be banned for.
Well, it could be worse. It could be like, what's his fucking name? Shots in View Entertainment that pull his dick out on his fucking shit like a dumbass. How you know? How you know I wasn't pouring out a beer? Because I wouldn't have done that. I'd have drank it.
Exactly my point.
Yeah.
So yeah, but yeah, dude, Tyler, dude, if you ever want to come on here and talk with us, you're more than welcome as well. You know
we got $2 there, right? That's one of the. We've got
two Tyler. Yeah, we got Tyler the Perfect Storm, and we got Tyler Hilton. This is the Tyler the Perfect Storm. The dude's awesome. I like you, bro. You're cool. And then
there you go. You got a fan. Mike's your fan, dude.
Fanboy. But yeah, let's go back
to
the.
What you ought to do, so we could think about it, is pull up the fucking bracket so we could talk about it and knock it out.
All right. I'm pulling it.
Yeah, because and match one, I'll get started while Mike's pulling it up. We had Don Fale. Or was that was it Gokhan or Don Fale? Who was first? Don Fale was the first match.
No, the very first match of the card was
Yuya versus Yuya. Okan versus Yuya. Yes, and Okan being the veteran, and Yuya being the young up and comer, we got a Yuya victory. So Yuya over the United Empire, one for the Unbound Company, and he would win, and it would be okay. This is what's happening, you know. So, and then the next match we got Don Fale, fucking Fale in House of Torture versus Aaron Wolf, the Olympic guy, you know, the rookie, the Olympic champ, you know, who already captured the neverweight belt and already lost it, and a lot of people's brackets got busted because with the help of House of Torture, they beat the crap out of Aaron Wolf, and Don Fale plays spoiler yet again. Original Boiler Club member himself plays spoiler. Okay, Mike obviously has nothing to add to this, so I'll just keep running through it. Match 3.
Well, the Don Fale Aaron Wolf match was a shit show.
It's House of Torture. What you expect? It's Dick to Go and friends. I mean, it's going to be a fuck fest. The whole group came out and cheated. If you want to know what happened, people.
They beat the shit out of Aaron Wolf.
Yeah, they did, and they've been doing that. They've been trying to get his number because he tried to show up Evil, and you know, Evil's gone. You know, they took the title off of him, and you got everybody running around. So you got all this craziness. So that's what happened. So yeah, you got so far we've technically got a face and a heel going over match 1 and 2. Then you got Ren Narita, who's another young up and comer, but almost a lot of people are wondering if he'll be the new leader of House of Torture. And Ishii was not in this thing because he suffered an injury. So Kojima,
but before Kojima even happens, we ain't even seen Kojima in the New Japan Cup yet.
No, we haven't. He's going to be coming up the next night
Yeah,
because he's got to buy. So that's yeah. But Narita fought Lord Pants Taichi, and yet again House of Torture did their bullshit. Taichi almost had it. I was
very
disappointed.
close.
Poor
Very
Lord Pants, but Narita went over. So it's going to be Narita and Ishii is going to be happening. That'll be coming.
not Ishii, Narita and Kojima.
And Kojima, yeah, Kojima. I'm reading the damn thing. Then we
I mean,
got then we had a great match. You might want to talk. I know you love this one. ELP and Oleg.
dude, that match was so back and forth. I really thought ELP was going to go over for a hot second.
Oh, they had us believing, man. They had us believing, but yep. In the I mean, it could have went either way. What a great match, but yes,
Oleg,
Bolts and Oleg. They another young up and comer, but both ELP is not the television champ anymore, so I can't say both champs. But Oleg is holding a title.
2 titles.
That is right. 2 titles. And he went over and Hinari got the bye. So that's going to be a brutal fucking
Brutal, man.
match next
That
show.
happens. That happens tomorrow morning, actually.
Yep. That and Narita versus Breadman, Kojima. That's all happening tomorrow morning. That's B block down there.
Yeah.
That'll be round 2 of B block. Because we actually had round 2 of A block
Last night.
yesterday.
This morning rather.
All right.
Yesterday morning.
Then we hop over. We had Yoshihashi and Jake Lee. We all knew Jake Lee was going to win that.
Yeah,
But-
it was. They gave Yoshi some shine, but it wasn't very good shine. But they gave him a little.
But
bit.
Yoshi's a utility player. We know this. He's not world champ material. It's not going to fucking happen. And Goto sitting there with the bye, former heavyweight champ himself. Oh, I forgot to mention Shingo is going to be taking on Don Fale, former world champ too. So you've got two icons in their 40s right there who can still go. That's not banged up like the dad squad.
Yeah.
So
And
yeah,
then you had Oscar versus Callum Newman. I'm taking over from here. And this match to me was not a letdown. Oscar shined. Callum Newman just pulled it out. It was a great match. Callum Newman just being Callum Newman and cheat to win and anything else he can do to win.
it's crazy that how and Newman is kind of the de facto leader of United Empire now with Will Ospreay gone.
Mhm.
But it's Newman is so young and not the biggest guy, and yet Oscar is a fucking giant from Germany and very over with the fans being tag team champion, and yet he could not get it done. The smaller Cal Newman edges out the victory.
It was great. It was. He's one of my favorites in the cup, and actually, he's my favorite to win it all, honestly. And now we got Cal Newman versus Hartley Jackson in the second round, which is I'm okay with that.
Another big man for Newman.
Yeah, another big man.
We went from a tall giant to a burly, like almost think Prince Albert size guy.
Yeah, TMDK versus United Empire. I'm there for it.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what maybe Harley Jackson could shine, but I mean, you kind of got to be blind not to figure out Newman's going to find some way to pull it off.
Yeah, and the one of the lackluster matches. I'm not trying to take nothing away from Chase Owens. I'm really not, Jordan. But that match to me,
You don't have to convince me, bro. It's Chase. Chase is another utility player, another House of Torture guy. But Chase has age on him. I call him Cheeseburger Chase for a reason. He's been hiding his gut in his like your boy said, who wrestles in a fucking waistcoat?
yeah, and Shota just
unless your name is Baron Corbin. I just thought of that. He wrestled in a waistcoat.
terrible, boring
Yes,
Corbin.
very terrible. Very terrible. Very, very not evil.
Yeah, Shota just outclassed Chase in this match. They try to give Chase some shine. They try to give Chase some shine along with the House of Torture.
It wasn't going to happen. Chase is a utility player. Shooter is one of the new guys. One of the up and coming new guys. I mean, Shooter could go the whole way in this tournament. I don't have him going the whole way, but if he doesn't get to if he does better in the final four, he'll be one of the last two. Not gonna lie,
and dude. And honestly, he has to take on double duty fucking House of Torture. That's shitty. That is very shitty.
That he does, yeah. Because next up, he's fighting the broke ass pimp who has run out of hose himself, Yujiro Takahashi.
Yeah.
And if anybody could guarantee a win, that is, I don't care if they could send the whole house of torture out. Shooter's not losing that match.
It
And
would
if
be.
Shooter does lose that match, Mike, I
I
will
give,
kick you. I will kick you in the shin when you get to my house, just because.
dude, that would suck so bad. I would
Yeah,
hate
if
that.
they, just imagine if they have him play spoiler.
God Almighty,
Yeah, imagine that.
Japanese Eddie Guerrero.
Yeah, just imagine. And then to end things, we had Oil, one of the other young crop coming in. This is pretty much when y'all hear us say the young guys. This is what WWE is not doing at all, and AEW is not doing enough of. This
Well,
tournament
they're
is full of
trying. They're
young
trying.
guys that everybody's being featured and given, and not just the tournament, in story lines and everything. All these guys are getting featured. They're not being left behind.
And then you had Oiwa take on
That's what I'm saying.
Yudo Ice. And
Yeah.
my personal opinion, I think Ice kicked out at 2, but they gave him the 3 count to Oiwa. And to me personally, it could have went either way. I wouldn't have cared either way, but it is what it is, and they gave it to Oiwa. So
Well,
now you're with 2 TMDK members facing off.
well, hold on. Yeah, you're right about that. But my thing with this is, and you got to remember, Yuta Ice is Oscar's partner. They're the KO Bros. They're the tag team champs. They are yet again that young crop of guys. It's showing that they're okay as singles wrestlers, but it's not their forte. It's not what
They
they're the
rely on
best
one
at.
another. They rely on one another.
Right. So it's good storytelling, but nope, not one went ahead and the other one didn't. Both of them got knocked out. So yep, back to the
Back
tag.
to the board.
Yep. Well, not back to holding their gold and beating the fuck out of everybody as a tag team. They go.
Yeah, like they proved this morning or yesterday.
Yeah,
morning.
they don't stop. They have been on a tear. If they do, if these guys keep it up and no one gets injured, and they wrestle to November this year, I don't see how they're not the number one tag team on the face of the planet in any company on the PWI 500. I don't see how they're not.
And to believe it or not, dude, tag team wrestling, everybody's like, oh, tag team wrestling is lost its luster, and there is no tag
Not with
team
these
wrestling.
dudes.
Bro, I don't give a fuck what anybody says. This in the American promotions, tag team wrestling is literally dead. But when you go to Japan and you take a look at these 2 guys and you look at what they've accomplished and how they've accomplished it and what they do to continuously accomplish it, there is no doubt the Knockout Bros are tag team of the year.
I mean, we got to go until October, November to get all of the 2026.
I don't care. I don't even care if they lose the titles, Jordan.
No, I don't care if they lose the titles either. But if, let's say, one of them gets injured, they can't fight as a tag team by May or after, that hurts them. But if they can stay healthy, if they stay active, even if they lose those belts, they are very much in the running. I don't see why you would not have them at number 1. And for some people that might not be like, and it might be against New Japan. If you don't have them at 2 or 3, I'm shooting somebody in the face.
Wow, man, you just trying to commit murder on podcasts.
Yeah, well, if Dick to Go can do it and try to remove people's heads from their bodies every match on New Japan on live TV, I can pull out a gun. Yeah, Dick to Go commits attempted murder every fucking show with that damn wire that's meant to decapitate a human being.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's no way around that. Dick to Go is an attempted murderer. I will do actual murder.
Anyway, going back to the second round, night 1 of the second round happened yesterday morning. Me and Jordan were on the call. We watched it because there was no American commentary or English commentary, I would say. There was no English commentary. We had to make our own commentary, and we watched every single match on this card from beginning to end. And it started off with the Knockout Bros going over Aaron Wolf and a Young Lion. And I don't mean to criticize the Young Lion. To me, you don't deserve your name being called until you've done something. You are a young lion.
You get those chances to prove yourself as Lions. You get put in these matches. It's your chance to rub noses with the talent, to get better, to get beat. So, I mean, good experience for him. But, yeah, we knew you weren't. You put up a good fight, son. You was brave, but y'all didn't last very long.
No, you did not. And then we'll skip forward because the rest of the matches were all team up matches to lead up to
build. A lot of build up matches to the future matches of the cup to tease, to give us teasers. let them touch hands, all that good stuff.
Yeah, because you had a Ren Narita and a bunch of House of Torture people versus Kojima, and I think Oleg was there too. Oh, dude, no, we didn't do a JR impression watching. No, it was more of a I can't believe they did this, or who's gonna win, and oh my god, did you see that crazy ass move?
Yeah,
we-
yeah,
we
yeah.
marked that
What people don't understand that don't know, especially New Japan, but especially while they're rolling in modern day, these shows put Raws and Smackdowns and even Dynamites to shame, man. You just got.
Dynamite and the Cup are on par, bro. I hate to say it.
All right, well, just remember the cup. This is sea level New Japan. Just remember that, Mike. I mean, it's not a pay per view. It's not. Yeah, this is not the best. This ain't the G1.
This is Raw, SmackDown, Dynamite, and this is what I consider this is Dynamite. The Cup is a Dynamite.
I find the action. Some of the action is better though. I mean, some
Some of
matches.
it is. Some of it is. I mean, no offense to Don Fale, even though he's a hot wife. He needs to improve in that ring, and I know he can't.
Don Fale is not going to improve. He's just getting older, and even though he's not as
Oh.
fat as he once was, Don Fale was never the greatest technician in the world.
No.
Why? I mean, he must have been. If you want my guess, he was visiting family in Japan, and they were like, "Hey, Fale, you want to get in the tournament? You know, you could play spoiler. You're a legend in the tournament. All right, sure."
Yeah, and believe it or not, Don Fale is one of the greatest, in my opinion, humanitarians in the business for Japan, because he will always do what's best for New Japan.
Oh yeah, well, almost the entire roster. Anybody will lay down for it. They will do what's that. No one really has egos in this company. And as you get older, especially the dad squad, which they're not really in this short of. I mean,
Kojima.
Pip Juice pretends he's not, but he kind of is. And Kojima. I mean, everybody, which Kojima at his age can still move, which is insane. I mean,
Dude.
Ishii has trouble moving. Kojima does not.
And I made the comparison last night, and Jordan can attest to this. Kojima is the New Japan version of Billy Gunn.
Yeah, he just they age, but they don't. I mean, maybe not as youthful and as flexible as Billy Gunn still is, but Kojima, considering he's damn near like 55, I mean the guy doesn't stumble around like Ishii's, which I'm worried Ishii's career might be. We'll see about this injury when he comes back, but guys like I mean, poor Hanma when he came out. I was reading the chat for the New Japan, the fans and all that. People were more worried about poor Hanma when he came out. Like, bro, we don't want to see you die in that ring, bro. Like, retire with honor.
Please go away humble.
Yeah. Like, I mean, we know he got his larynx crushed. The man wasn't supposed to ever be able to return to a ring. He's never been the same since he did return. He's there to put people over and help people out. He's not trying to be a star, but you know, like a lot of people are like, bro, don't be Terry Funk. Just give it up, bro, before you hurt yourself.
But they do give him some shine, bro. They give Hama shine.
Oh yeah,
they're very gentle with Hama. They're gentle.
Yeah, I mean, he 50% of those headbutts, those coconut crunches, he either connects or misses.
Last night he was 33%. And he hit 1 out of 3.
Yeah. Oh, he went. Yeah, there was 3 of them sons of bitches he tried. Yeah, it's trying to pull a trying to pull a falling Chris Benoit headbutt from standing up, and either you connect or you miss.
There was 4 of them. I'm sorry, there was 4 of them, and he hit 1 out of 4, so there's a 25% chance.
All right, you get the 25% chance. Yeah, you were doing Steiner math for a minute there. You better watch it.
Man, we were talking about Steiner earlier. Man, I can't help it.
Yeah.
So yeah, and dude, Hama he's a legend. And there's a lot of legends in New Japan.
Yeah, a lot of the guys are not in the tournament to give the young guys. That's another thing. See, they're not in there taking up space. They're letting the young guys build a name and get there, you know?
And then we had the very first match of the second round, which was Don Fale and Shingo Takagi, the Dragon.
And we know everyone with a brain knew that Don Fale was not going to beat the Dragon. Shingo's only one of the best professional wrestlers on the face of the planet ever in history.
He never body slammed the big man, but he did suplex that big sumbitch.
Yes, he did. Yes, he fucking did.
He could not body slam the giant, but he suplexed that sumbitch. And then, and he won in dramatic fashion. He couldn't do any of his
Yeah,
finishers.
he couldn't do either finisher because they consist of holding a man in the air one time with one hand and cutting a flip. But yeah, that wasn't gonna happen against fucking 500-pound Fale.
But he did beat Don Fale with I call it a sort of hidden blade maneuver. And he pinned him.
Well, it's technically a pumping bomber while you're on the ground, kind of.
Yeah, and he pinned him 1, 2, 3. It was a nice match. It was really good.
Pretty much a clothesline while your opponent's sitting down. So like a pumping bomber like style. What you call it? You like a Tanaka style pumping bomber, but without the spin.
Yeah, it was good. It was good. I liked it. And then the main event, which I really didn't see this coming. I was hoping it came. I was really, really rooting for my guy Yuya Uemura.
First of all, what a match. And we knew because we had two. You got Uemura in there. And then you got Drilla, who just resigned, did not do like everybody else and run to AEW or go to another company.
Yes.
Yeah, and you talk about this match, you did not know until the end. Then you thought you knew. Then you swore you knew it a 1, 2, 3, and then you were like, "What the fuck just happened?"
Wow.
Yeah, so, what an ending to that. I mean, you were freaking out. You were like, "What the hell?" Like like what just happened? And I was like, "Yeah, he did. Yeah, he took the impact. It took a roll. I mean, just insane. What a great match."
All I can say is, wow, it was so back and forth, but it was so lopsided at the very end of this match that I thought Drilla Maloney was going to win.
Yeah, I thought he had it.
And dude, he did his finisher, which is a freaking spin around, drop you on your head power driver.
Yeah, he has Drilla Mahoney has he has my favorite finish in New Japan.
And he landed it. He landed it clean, dude.
Yeah.
He landed it so clean, and he still got rolled up for the 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, out of that into a roll.
I was like, the fuck? And
yeah, you didn't say anything till after the 3. You were like, what?
He was like, nah. Even you were like stunned, dude. It was.
Well, when I saw Yuya roll and he started counting, I was like, he's got it. But I was like, he's got it out of this. But I was more shocked of the sequence, which was terrific.
Yeah.
I mean, we most of the time we're like, oh shit, like WWE, oh fucking roll up, this was not a roll up at all. This was the complete opposite of oh shit, a roll up. This was like, what the fuck, a roll up out of that?
There ain't no way.
Yeah, it's like the dude was just killed, and he out of taking a drop to the head, upside down on your head, pulls a roll up 1, 2, 3.
And it wasn't even like an old-fashioned roll-up. It was like, watch this shit.
It would just roll like it looked like he was going to roll out of the impact of the move, and it rolled into a pin, and that was it. And Drilla was shocked at the end. He just sat there like, bruh. And like he was just sat there stunned. And eventually he did give him the tap on the chest, like, you know what? Good job, dude. But I'm pissed at myself. And he made his goodbyes.
Yeah. And Yuya laid there.
Yuya was fucking wrecked for like a nice minute and a half, 2 minutes.
He was wrecked for longer than that. I'd say about 3 minutes. And then he slowly got to his feet, did his parting speech, which I don't speak Japanese, so I won't fuck it up. But he said a bunch of cool shit. The fans went home happy. And then he went around and congratulated a lot of the fans that were in ringside. And then he went backstage. And then they showed the next night, which we get is tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
And then we get back to back days. And then we get then we get 1 day off. Then we get 1 day on, 2 days off, 1 day on. Which I'm stoked, man. I'm ready for this. Like
now call it, Mike. You're all like, it's okay. Some matches were good, some aren't. But in the same breath, you're like, bro, I can't wait. 2 nights in a row, 1 night, 2 on 2. I'm barely gonna get any sleep. I can't wait. So you got to kind of make up your mind there. You're excited.
Yes, but what I mean by some of the matches lackluster, the cup matches are great. Besides Don Fale, no offense to him.
Yeah, and you know what? You could throw Yujiro and Chase in there. We could be honest, all 3 of them. But they're there to play spoiler. But we knew they're not there to be workhorses. That's not what they're there for.
They're there because they deserve to be there.
I don't know. I won't say that either. They're there to fill in because you need to fill up this 24-man roster. And then some
Right.
people need to eat some L's that can eat them and that aren't trying to build their career because they already had a career.
And they look good doing it.
Yeah, because the Fale, for everybody watching, Fale's the first ever man to join Bullet Club with Prince Devitt. He's the first man before
And he
Carl
was-
Anderson and before Tamatonga. Don Fale is Bad Luck Fale. That's the man that Prince Devitt would ride in on his shoulders. That was the two men that started Bullet Club.
And believe it or not, dude, he was the original tallest giant in Bullet Club.
Yeah, before Hikaleo.
Yeah, before Hikaleo joined. Yes. And that was way later. But my thing is, I picked Yuya to go over in Block A. He picked Shingo. Phil picked Drilla Maloney.
Yeah, so Phil's bracket is busted on the on A block.
Yes. Mine and his are still intact.
Yeah, my guy is going to face. We all picked before this thing started who was going to win. We picked the top man for A, B, C, and D. Then we picked who would win each side, and then a final winner. So either me or Mike, one of our guys is going down, and it's that match is going to come down to the youth, the guy, one of the young guys being pushed, the youth, the future, versus a standard bearer, one of the best living pro wrestlers who is amazing, and one of the only guys this year, probably the least year ever. We only have 3 former IWGP World Heavyweight Champions, and Shingo is one of them in this cup this year.
There's 4.
Who I'm missing?
You're missing Breadman.
CSJ, Goto, Shingo, and who?
Breadman. Kojima.
Oh shit! Yeah, I forget. He's the only ever Triple Crown runner. He's not listed, but he's where Ishii should be. But Kojima is the only man. Y'all don't remember who Kojima is? That's who CM Punk fought at Forbidden Door a couple years ago. But Kojima is the only man to hold the IWGP World Heavyweight Championship, the GHC Global, which is Noah's top prize, and the All Japan, the 3 big companies. He's the only man to have been the world champion for all 3.
Yep.
Some have done 2, some have done 1, some have done 2, but no one has done 3.
Shingo only held the Dragon Gate.
Yeah, but if you look over to Jake Lee has held all but New Japan.
Mm-hmm.
He has held the Noah top prize, and he has held the All Japan top prize.
And I'm not really digging his gimmick as the silent jester. I don't know why. I'm not 100% sold on it yet.
Well, whether you be sold or not, I think you're gonna have a change of mind when he trips out later on because it's Jake Lee. But he's not gonna play. There's gonna be some tripping out in time, probably over the year. But there's gonna be some crazy. Right now, he's having fun. He's either gonna get pissed or get wild. But expect a lot more from Jake Lee, and I expect Jake Lee to play a big part in the. Don't be surprised if he's not pushing Newman to dirty shit when Ospreay gets back. Don't be surprised. And yes, Ospreay did show up, not recently, a little while back. Newman went to hit him over the head with a chair after he praised Newman. Newman went to hit him from behind, and Okan and Hanare stopped him. Will Ospreay never saw the attack that he tried to do. He praised him as a little brother and all of that, but Ospreay never saw Newman trying to whack him.
Mm-hmm. From behind.
And Ospreay said when he's better and he's healthy, and he said he's got to do some AEW business first, he will be back in New Japan, and he is the creator and leader of United Empire. So it's gonna be, and Newman has added new people, not just Goto and Andrade. There's other new people that have been, it's not all these.
Goto is not it. You mean Jake Lee?
Yes, I don't know why I said that. Yes, Jake Lee. Yeah,
But I'm looking forward to that Jake Lee Goto match. I really am.
Do what?
I'm looking forward to that Jake Lee Goto match.
That's going to be interesting because Goto is a non-nonsense kind of warrior guy, and Jake Lee is all about the nonsense and playing with you mentally. So I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen there.
I believe Goto is going to go over Jake Lee because I don't think they'll have Newman versus Jake Lee this early in the club.
That would be interesting, but I did pick Goto, and I also picked Goto as my backup for Shingo because out of the class, I have, like you said, I picked half old school guys that have been there and half young, and I did go with Goto. And the only reason I don't have ZSJ is because ZSJ has already won 2 cups, and he has just went through losing to. Not only did he lose the world heavyweight title to Suji, who's the champ, he lost his final match of the G1 to Suji. So Suji has 2 wins over him. If ZSJ win it, and of course the winner of this gets a world title shot, not just the cup at Genesis in Sakura. And I don't see ZSJ losing a third time. If he won, I feel like you don't take the title off of Suji while he's hot, and then they would have to have a rematch. So I just don't see GSJ could make it to the end. I don't see him winning.
The only 2 people I see it legitimately making sense, and I know this sounds crazy, one of them being Oleg and the other one being Yuya.
I almost can guarantee you Oleg is not going to get past. In my opinion, I think Oleg might go over Hinari, which I don't like. I would like Hinari to shine, but I think that Narita and the House of Torture are going to get Oleg's. Oleg's the only man that the House of Torture hates more right now is Wolf, and the second guy they hate and they
It's
have
Oleg.
tried to ruin and beat down is Oleg.
Yeah, that's
And
legit.
and Oleg is already a dual champion. Oleg's gonna look strong in this. I do not see Oleg getting past Narita. I think Narita wins B block.
Okay.
I do.
I think Yuya is going to win A block. I really do.
Well, so it's either gonna be. There's no way around it. Fale's losing. All right. So either Yuya or Shingo is gonna fight Narita to be on that side for the final for A and B to make it to. It's gonna be, and I went with Shingo as my veteran pick here because I think that would be a good match with Suji. But if they go with Yuya, can Yuya get past Narita and the entire House of fucking Torture? And does Unbound Company help either? Both Shingo and Yuyamura are part of Hantai and Unbound Company. I mean, they might say they have enough. The question is, when are they going to? What wrestling match is going to be happening when they say they have enough and
Because
run out to help?
2 members. They still have 2 members. The House of Torture still have 2 members in the cup.
Yeah.
They have Pimp Juice and they have Narita.
Yeah, and you've got 2. Unbound Company has 2.
Yeah, they got Shingo and they have.
Well, technically Yuya's Hantai, but I mean, when him and Lord Pants and all that were like, yeah, I mean, they're all playing faces right now. The pure heels of the House of Torture, the halfway heels that are turning into heels of tweeners, is United Empire. TMDK is pretty much cheered. They're not hated. Hantai is the home
3
group.
members. They still have 3 members in this shit.
Yeah, but 2 have to fight each other.
Yeah. And United Empire still have 3 members in this shit.
Hartley's going to lose. I'm sorry. Hartley's going to lose his match against Newman. And Oil Wolf's probably going to get taken out by Zach. So that's going to go from 3-1.
Yeah.
So that would put Zach winning D block. Well, no. That would put Zach versus Shooter. Now it's going to be a rematch from Wrestle Kingdom 2 years ago for the world title.
Yep.
Does Shooter get his win back here? I think so.
I don't know, man. That's where I'm torn, man. Because I think ZSJ is going to play upset and he's going to win the whole D block, even though I didn't pick him. And then you're going to have either Jake Lee or Callum Newman going to be in C block. And then B block, you might have Ray Narita or you're going to have Oleg. But A block is definitely you, dude. That's definitely you.
ZSJ and Goto has happened already. So if you put that's a rematch. Whereas if Jake Lee goes over Goto, that's a fresh match. ZSJ and Jake Lee would be interesting as shit. Well, that would be very interesting.
ZSJ or Callum Newman.
Well, I'm just messing with it right now. I haven't got there yet. Now, if Cal Newman goes, that would put Newman against ZSJ. I have a hard time.
After Callum and Jake Lee.
Yeah, but I'm saying I have a hard time seeing Newman beating the technician that is ZSJ. I have a hard time seeing that. I don't think they're gonna fight because I don't think they can handle. They don't want to give Newman that. I don't see ZSJ losing to Newman right now. I don't see that, dude.
because you got two leaders, man. You got the front man, which is
Yeah.
ZSJ, and you got the leader by default,
The
kind of
Prince. The Prince.
yeah, the Prince, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if they do that yet, and I don't think Newman's ready for Z. He could beat these big dudes, but ZSJ is the best technical wrestler in this whole tournament.
In the world, in my opinion.
Yeah, ZSJ is a better technical wrestler than Daniel Bryan. I'm sorry, people. Y'all can suck it.
Yeah, even Daniel Bryan said that.
Yeah,
he's the best.
Yeah,
I mean,
and their New Japan match smoked their AEW match
100,000%
between ZSJ and Bryan. That should be watched.
Yes,
It was on a random show because they could get Braun when they could. It wasn't on no big pay-per-view, but you talk about I had what I expected in my mind, and that is not the match we got.
No.
But I was very happy with the match we got, and ZSJ did beat him.
Handedly.
Yep.
Handedly. Clean.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, it was going to be a clean match. There wasn't going to be no cheat.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
But the thing is, if you go back before you get to that match, look at the C block. We know Hartley ain't beating Callum.
No.
We don't know if Goku's going to beat Jake Lee. And if Goku beats Jake Lee, what does that say about Jake Lee?
Well, while Jake Lee's playing the silent jester, he could take a loss. But with him just joining the company, I know I picked Goto to go over, but the logical choice would say Jake Lee in that match.
Yeah, then you have Newman versus Lee.
Yeah, but in the same breath, is Newman ready for Goto? And what a win if Newman beats Goto! What a high-profile former champ, legendary, pure veteran win. Could that be Newman's greatest solo win?
Then you have the leader of the United Empire versus the front man of TMDK.
Yeah, and let's not forget that Shooter's in this thing. I mean, yeah, Shooter's the future. The question is when. But Shooter is right
like
there.
Like I said, man, I compare Shooter and Uemura, the Macho Man and Hulk Hogan of this era, man.
And those two guys, along with Tsuji, I mean, actually, Shooter, Tsuji, and Narita are the new Three Musketeers. Yuya's actually under them, which I'm glad Yuya's getting the push.
I think Yuya goes over Shingo, bro.
I could see it if he's good enough. I could see it, but that would be Yuya's highest profile singles win to date against a guy like Shingo, a pure veteran, former world. He's never had a high profile win like that 1-on-1. That would be his. If Yuya goes over Shingo, it's his biggest win ever. If Cal Newman goes over either Jake Lee or Goto, it's his biggest win of his career.
Yeah.
And I mean, Shooter, if Shooter beats GSJ, he finally gets his win back.
And it also makes his biggest win to date.
Yeah, it really does. It really does. So I mean, there's a lot on and Narita. I mean, Oleg and Hidari are high up on the card, and Breadman's a little older than everybody else. But so Narita, doesn't really get that glory by beating anybody in B block. But if Narita goes on and fights, say, Shingo, he picks up a huge win. And if he beats Yuya, that's a hell of a slap in the face.
Yeah.
All right. So then on the other, let's say Narita goes all the way on the left. If Narita beats Jake Lee or Goto, that's massive shit. If he beats Newman, he doesn't beat the supposed leader of another faction. If he beats Shooter, that's just a rub it in the face from their young Lion days. Hey, I'm better than you. Going on to Tsuji. And then if Narita would happen to beat or
ZSJ,
yeah, I mean it's all over the place. There plenty of the best part of this year's cup is the amount of youngsters and fresh guys and the shine that they have a chance to show and put on them. That's really the showcase of this year.
I'm going to say this. That match between Yuya and Drilla, no offense, that was Yuya's biggest to date so far, in my opinion.
Oh, it was a great match, but I'm sure I'd have to go back and look. I don't know. I'd have to look at the names he's fought. I think he's fought. Because you know what? Yuya has a win over Lord Pants.
Yeah, well, yeah, but like I said, that's pretty big. But Drilla is bigger in my opinion right now.
Well, Drilla doesn't have the accolades Lord Pants has won. Lord Pants was at one point part of the greatest tag team with ZSG, multiple time champ. Lord Pants has held what title? He's held the Never. He's held the King of Pro Wrestling. I'm not sure if he's held the Never Six Man, but he's got a lot more gold than I believe Drilla has. Drilla held the tag titles once.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. That's it for New Japan. So I mean, yeah, Lord Pants is the more decorated and the veteran, but he's out. But so and Yuya and Lord Pants did have a rivalry. They were friends, then frenemies, and and he was proud of him because I don't know if you remember the match where they both talked and went off, but he hugged both of them and was real proud of Lord Pants was proud of him, of him moving up from the just five guys day. So yeah, it's a big what if, but we're looking forward to it.
Man, we got to go tomorrow morning.
Yeah, not this morning, but tomorrow morning.
Yeah, and
how we doing on the top 3 hour with almost a 4 hour a super podcast tonight? And man, it's a shame you couldn't write in there. We have covered hella news tonight. What a show!
Yeah. And then after the 12th, we got the 13th and the 14th. We got the next matches is Satoshi Kojima, Ren Narita, Bolton Oleg Hanari. Yep. On the 13th, we got Goto versus Jake Lee, Hartley Jackson versus Newman. And on the 14th, we got Takahashi versus Shota Umino and Zack Sabre Jr. versus Oiwa.
Yep. And I'm getting ready to go. I'm getting ready to go trade out these vinyl I was going to show and save them for another night and show some more casual stuff since we went almost 4 hours. I'm going to save these bangers for next week, but I'm going to go grab some more.
Go do your thing. I already have you maximized, bro. Go do your thing.
All right, I'm going to go grab them. You're going to have to talk to the people real quick.
All right. So what do y'all want to talk about why he's going to go get records and stuff, and we can talk about wrestling or whatever. And I am watching, I'll go ahead and say this. I've been watching the new season of Ted on Peacock. I only watched the first 2 episodes, and all I can say is the second episode is fucking funny. The first episode is fucking funny. It's slapstick comedy. It's dick and fart jokes. It's great. Teddy, or Theodore, I should say, walks around with a strap on with a purple dong. It's pretty fucking hilarious. If you're into that funny shit, I think it's great. Also, catch up on Shorzy and Hulu. Season 5 just dropped a couple of weeks ago. Great shit. I love Shorzy. If you like Letterkenny, it's great shit. Tit fucker. It's great shit. Also, I've been watching some stupid shit called School Spirits. Yeah. I guess you'd call that my guilty pleasure. And the other guilty pleasure will be Star Trek Starfleet Academy. Which ain't bad. It ain't the greatest show in the world, but it ain't terrible. And then I watched Strip Law on Netflix, the cartoon. It was different, crazy, weird, sad, funny, weird. A lot of weird and funny. And then I watched, because I never caught it live on Comedy Central, Ugly Americans. That show is fucking crazy. Fucking weird. Fucking crazy. And then Thursday night, I'm going to be watching TNA Impact for the 9th week in a row, which, God, please let it be better than what it has been. So, yeah. And also, support your local music scene, especially your metal scenes and your independent bands that it's local to you. Also, support your local independent wrestling companies. We Love Wrestling, HOG, any other independents that are big, small, whatever in your area. Go support them. I think that would be great for you to do. And just get out there and show your support to the local communities. And go ahead, Jordan, take it away.
All right. Well, since it's just me and Mike left and not everybody, I decided I had an all metal special shit to show. I said we'll chill with that and save that for next week. But all right, we're gonna start with this. This was $15. This thing feels like a double album. It is a double album. It is
Ooh, what do we
vintage.
got?
This is a 1971 US.
OG?
Yeah, this OG. You ever heard of the band Rastus?
No.
Never heard of them? They got horns. They got all kind of shit. But anyway, this is jazz rock, blues rock. And I was like, you know what? I need some of that in my life.
Of course you do.
Yeah. So I was like, there's something different. So I was like, you know what? Give me that. So it's a double, two vinyls. That's like 30 or that's like a $60 album today or whatever. Whatever band, 2 records. $15. Give me that shit.
Give me that shit.
Yep. Yeah, well, the catchphrase is coming, but you know. All right, then another this is a 1992 German.
OG?
Yes. 92, bro. Come on. And you ready? I'm gonna show you this little clip. You ready for this?
Sub Pop Seattle? Oh, you bastard.
It is not a grunge album. This is a blues rock / grunge album, but it's from that time. Let me move this sticker right here. What they wanted for this? They wanted 20. I got it for 15, and I said, "Fuck off." This is you probably never heard of these guys, but this is the Monkey Wrench.
Yeah, they got a song named after them by Foo Fighters.
I looked them up and I checked it out, and I was like, you know what? Give me that. I was like, this sounds kind of good. You can tell I was on one of those wild nights whenever this all happened. Then we're gonna get into some more familiar territory here. I'll show this collection
Bread.
complete,
Bread.
motherfucker. What?
Bread.
Do you know that I bought the best of bread for $10 from my boy, and he came get it today?
Did he really?
Yeah, it was in great shape for dude. $10, bro. That thing was clean. And he was like, "Look at the condition." I said it, and it was a K-tail pressing too.
Wow.
This I saved $5. I talked him down. He was clowning me on the show. He's like, he just said this is the last album he needs to complete his collection. He's already gonna sell it, and then he's trying to kick me for $5. He's trying to shoot me while I'm down here. I said, yes, I am. Give it to me, Chad. I got for 15, it's James Gang Thirds, the third album. This is the last one with Joe Walsh in the band. I have the first 3 in the live album. So I have all of the Joe Walsh era James Gang. And this is the one, of course, you know the big song Walk Away, right?
Oh, yeah.
This is the one with that. But my James Gang, complete, done. Everybody else could have all the shit without Walsh because it wasn't as good. All right. Right here, we're gonna jump. Well, when I bought this in the chat, everybody was like, "Great buy, great, $12." This thing was marked at $17.99 in EX condition.
Frank Zappa.
Nope, not Frank Zappa, but everybody was like, "Oh, that's such a great album." I was like, "Yeah, I'll do it. I like him." Got us an April wine, harder, faster.
Dude, is that an OG?
Yes,
Holy shit.
yes, I know how to get the monies, bro. Hey, like Danhausen does the teeth, I get the monies. Yeah, this is an OG April wine. Yeah, $12. Not hard to get, but I saw it and I was like, "Give me that." And speaking of OGs, this one don't come up that often. I'd accidentally had a second one. I went look in the box and this arrived that day. And I said, okay, I got to put it back. I guess I spent 15 or 20 on this, but one of the ones I didn't have, Bad Company.
Nice.
This one probably has none of the songs you know, but I'm trying to get all the OG Bad Company. So, and this is yet again an OG. This one was in 82.
Wow.
So this was after the classic, the 70s. This one was a little after, but check out the perforated cuts on the end of this thing. Pretty cool, huh?
Like a promo thing.
Huh?
It's almost like a promo thing.
It's just different, I was like, that's kind of cool. Opens like a gatefold with the little cutout, and the inside, of course, you can see the cover has the diamonds. That yeah, I'm touching it.
That's the insert.
Yeah. That's it. Well, let me tell you what. Let's see if I can slide it out. Come on, you fucker. Oh, well, it's gonna be the whole thing. So, yeah, it's the whole. Yeah, but you see.
Yeah, that's cool as shit.
Come on, you fucker.
That's cool as shit, dude.
Yeah,
that's badass.
Yeah, I think I have just about all of them now. I'm gonna have to go through. I might be missing one, but I think I've got them just about. Oh, some nice stuff you're gonna appreciate here. I don't know which one I should show first. I guess I'll do this first. We are close to the end of this collection. They wanted 30 for this fucker. I was like, you asshole. I'm like, I'll 20. And he went, sold. And I went, thank you. Yeah. Let's see. I'm only missing one now.
Oh, Rush, Caress of Steel.
The third album, the one that almost tanked their career because the people didn't understand it.
Because it was so fucking progressive.
Yeah, it was. Well, you had the whole thing's like what it is. It's like 5 tracks and side twos all. This was the one before 2112. And then
Mm-hmm.
people are like, what do we do with this? Where's the hit 2 minute single? No, you don't get this is Rush. You don't get the 2 minute single.
No, you
You
get
know?
all progressive rock.
Yeah. Yeah. And so I was all like, yeah, I'm like, well, all I'm missing, this was not in the greatest of shape, but it's not my favorite album, but it's not bad. All I'm missing now is an OG of the first album, and I have all OG Rush albums from the first to top Moving Pictures 1980. I have the whole classic era through the 70s. I'll have them all.
That's awesome, dude.
Yeah. And then as for the others, I've been buying those. You've been seeing them turn up a lot, but those have been coming up. And one final record. I see. It looks like I talked him down to 25 bones here. What did he want for this thing? Was he? Oh, he was trying to auction this $30 start, and nobody bought it. 1990 US OG EX. So this was they probably released this after he died, but it's Stevie and Jimmy together.
Damn.
It's the brothers together on their album, and we know he went down in the plane in '90s. So either this, I don't know the history. Either this had just come out, or he died and they released this. But yeah, he had it. You can see he had it for auction. No, it was like $30 start, and I went 25. He went sold, and
Hell
that's
yeah.
how that. And one final little object to show right here. I talked him down because it's not in the best of condition, but a new one would have cost me 10 without tax. But I have set the saucer full of secrets, the history, behind the scenes music, backstage production of Pink Floyd, everything with Pink Floyd.
That's nice.
Yeah, it's not in the greatest condition, but I'm gonna use it. I'm gonna read it. It's gonna go on a shelf, and it would have $5, bro. I said, sell it to me for $5 because I could get it for 10. I could get it for $10 online, and that was without tax and shipping. And he went sold. So, yeah,
I got one question for you.
yeah. Tell me a question.
Did your figure come in yet?
Oh no, I just paid for that today.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but that's gonna be pretty cool stuff. But that's my. I'm probably not buying anything for low. I've got so much shit to go through and keep categorize and mark and bag. Now I have my outer sleeves that came in the last order, so I finally was able to get back to it. But I've got. I mean, the whole top shelf over here is all used and new stuff, unplayed that I haven't cataloged yet. So I got to do that. So I got plenty of shit to listen to, plenty to do. So I mean,
Hell yeah. Well, we're going. Hell yeah, dude. That's fucking awesome.
I mean, all of that top row now is all unplayed, untouched by me, and part of that middle row, and that the thing goes around. And I still have 2 boxes in the back room.
Jesus, dude.
So yeah, so I've got a lot to do. But yeah, I think it's about time. I might, unless I see something special, I'm not gonna be buying. I got so much shit I needed that I really needed to get and got good deals. It's time to enjoy some of this shit and catalog them.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you're not watching Ringside Ranch, you're doing life wrong.
Oh, I was gonna do it, but
You got your own catchphrase, bro.
All right,
And
I won't. Fine, I won't help you. Fine. I'm just gonna sit right over here with my Pink Floyd car air freshener, and my autographed Shirley Bassey from James Bond Goldfinger photo. JSA approved, and all my nice shit. And yeah.
And ladies and gentlemen, we're not just food to eat; we're also food for the ears, man. And Jordan, take us home, sir.
Yeah, and besides all that awesome shit, we're not just food for the ears. I actually possess 1 or 2 things that are actually food for the eyes as well, because I got Dio Live from '86, motherfuckers, which we're probably all. I'm going to wait till the guys come down here and we're going to enjoy that. I'm probably not even going to watch it because I've seen it already, but I'm going to wait till. I know Josh was like, he's excited. Mike was like, I'm excited. Phil's going to be like, what we doing? Yeah, I'm watching it.
Yeah.
And that's going to be an awesome that time. We're going to watch Dio fight the dragon and play all the awesome classics from the first 3 albums.
So
The golden era. But yes, most definitely. Always remember, people. So mine's mine. Yours is mine too.
yeah, you got any cool ass